Okay, we're gonna go live.
Yeah. By the way, the
Now
title is Togglebeat Sits Down for a Zig Shock Therapy Session.
Very good. But yeah, I forgot to throw some ideas around for that, but you already got that covered. That's pretty good. Okay, so I posted it on mine as well on my Discord. There we go. All right. Have you solved all the bugs with bulk yet? Then have you sort of fixed them?
I've not. I've disabled.
Okay.
Hello. I've disabled YouTube for now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I wanted to focus on other stuff. This is entirely me being lazy. I could totally put in more effort and diagnose it. But every time I think about my YouTube API integration, I feel bad.
Is it because of the YouTube API integration that is bad, not because of what you have to do, right?
Entirely that. It's YouTube's fault, and I hate it. I hate polling. I hate everything involved. Like, it's so crappy, man. So here's what I will do. I will put maybe chat like this in case that we want chat. So that we can see it.
There we go. All right. So let's see how we're doing for okay, yeah, I need to change this thing. Yeah, that was bad. Okay. I gotta update the link there. No, all right. I mangled that one, didn't I? Okay. Come on, Discord. Okay, that should not be there. Maybe that's better. Wow, I am just mangling this thing left, right, and center, trying to post this thing. Hello, Scott. How you doing? Oh yeah, my hairy baby. I've been meaning to clean this thing now forever and ever, but I never get around to it. Okay, there we go. Did I fix? Okay, I think I fixed the link on my Discord now. There we go. Oh, wow, I am pretty loud, aren't I? Right. There you go. I'll be running the show today. How you all doing? Hello, Scott and Scott.
Scott?
Hello there, Toefl. Get it right this time. Did you start streaming then? I haven't seen you stream. I'm gonna click on your name and then I'm gonna click follow now, so you feel more obliged to stream, right? Oh no, I'm following since January 25th. Apparently, I'm already following you.
So Scott, the second one, Scott Redding. Scott, it's late for you. There's no shame in going to bed and ignoring the notification. Just saying, Scott is on the American West Coast, so right now it's probably a good time to go to bed. But
don't close the stream down, Scott. just mute it and walk away. We're okay with that. Just leave the stream running, okay?
Well, 2 a.m. But I mean, okay, then you can stick around for a while more. It's fine.
Yeah, it's almost time to get up then, right? Hello, Camp Peasant. Hello, RJ. Yeah, very exciting. Okay, so I got a lot of questions. Well, I don't have a lot of questions, but I had a lot of things that I wanted to talk about last time, but I kind of lost track of those as well because I wrote them down in chat. So I'm gonna have to sort of scroll through our old chat history to see if I can find these things as well. I've written them down. Yeah, we're doing tea today, RJ. What are you drinking? What do you got? What are you drinking now, Christoph? Do you have a beverage at all?
No, I haven't prepared one, so I'll need to do that as the sim warms up. But that'll be quick.
Very good.
Yeah. Also, I'm still publishing announcements.
I like it, man. Oh, excellent. So we're gonna get a good mix of the various programmers in the chat today. I think it's gonna be interesting. So the goal of today, I think, is we're gonna continue a little bit where we left off last time, but I also have a few things that I wanted to talk to Christoph about as well. And I do think that if you're watching this, if you're coming from my neighborhood, then feel free to ask questions about Zig and you know, the inner workings and why, for instance, they have a lizard for a logo and etymology of Zig. Whatever questions you have, just pop those in the chat as well. We'll get a bit of a because I'm guessing that most people who watch Christoph already know the answer to these questions, but I'm guessing most people who are coming from the world of Rust don't have the answer to these questions. What is it and why is it? Well, you know what, RJ? That is arguably a good question, asking why something is. Although we sort of talked a little bit about this off stream before we started streaming. We had like a really interesting conversation, but then when Christoph start streaming, I thought we just swap over to talk about Gregory instead. And we're gonna get because you guys don't get the best content. The best content comes later, okay? It's the later content.
Hell yeah. I'm also
I brought a teapot today, but I've kind of finished it already. There's a bit of a problem. I got a drinking problem. Here you go.
That's the kind of drinking problem that I can get behind too.
There's the only sensible drinking problem we can have, right?
I mean, in a sense, if you think about it, if you really enjoy drinking, like in the pure act, in the pure sense of the act, then alcohol is not a great beverage. After a while, you can't drink anymore. Like it's not going to be good for you. So if you really enjoy drinking, you want to drink stuff that you can drink more of.
Yeah, so drinking alcohol is counterproductive to people who like drinking because of the limiting amounts you can have, right? Absolutely, right? There you go. We've just solved alcoholism. If you guys welcome to this stream. We tackle real world issues, okay? Next stream, world hunger, homelessness. We got this in the bag, but you gotta stay tuned, right? Don't you turn off. All right.
Yeah.
We got coffee drinker. How you doing, Fred? I do apologize because I'm mangling people's names, I've been told, so I'm going to try not to.
Don't worry. I mangle them all the freaking time. I'm so bad at names. Also, people don't make it easy, though, for us. Like, okay, RJ, that one is not bad. Scott Reddick, I can do, but sometimes it gets complicated, and I just don't know what to say.
I saw you hovering over Teufel's name.
No, their Teufel is fine. Their Teufel, I'm used to.
Oh, you got a new strapline for the website. Zig cures alcoholism. There you go. That's a bold claim, you know? Vowels are overrated. If you ever heard a Danish person speak, and if there's any Danish people in the chat, I do apologize, but it's not my fault. Your language is entirely made up of vowels, right? But if you hear Danish, it's just vowels. There's no consonants in the language. This is not true. But my last trip to Denmark, I felt like I had that experience. Like, what are you guys doing, man? It's just vowels, man. It's great. Hello, Enrico Palazzo. How you doing? Yeah, so there's exciting times. We're doing this again. I'm looking forward to be heckled by the Zig developers in the chat again, right?
Yeah, no, let's try not to do that.
It's gonna be great. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. They got free reign. I'm here. I'm a supporter, and what's the word? The thing that parents are supposed to have to the kids, right? Unquestionable love, right? There you go.
Oh, I see.
For all programming. So it's like, as a parent, I do have to put up with a lot of bullshit, and I still love my child, especially when they leave the house. But other than that, I just you know, you have to put up with these things, and I'm okay with that because program is going to be programmers. You're not Danish, but you live in Denmark, and it's crazy. Dominic, you know what I'm talking about, right? There is the famous phrase, red porridge with cream. I think that's the Danish phrase. I'm not even going to try to say that because I might offend someone, but that is just absolutely out of this world. It was pretty good, though. We bought some and brought it home with us, and made it. I guess it's sort of like a jam that you eat with whipped cream. That doesn't sound very good, actually, when you put it like that, right? There you go. That's the one, beef freddle. But so you got to put that through like Google Translate and have it speak the words back to you, and then you can hear it's just the vowels, right? It's perfect, right? What's Christoph's mother's language? I'm guessing she speaks the same language as Christoph, though. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, Enrico. I'm terrible. I'm gonna get kicked off the stream 5 minutes in. Okay.
I'm Italian, man. Enrico. I suspect we both speak the same mother. We both have the same mother language. I strongly
Kind
suspect
of.
that.
You're not far from each other, but I think
Oh.
Enrico is a little bit higher up in the wilderness than you are.
Oh, are we talking about Switzerland? Is that
No,
it?
no,
We're
no.
enemies.
I think
Oh,
Enrico
okay.
is in the other direction. Whereabouts are you, Enrico? You're not Italian, are you? I think let's see. How many people in the chat have I not offended so far? Let's see. It's like 2 people.
Well, I assume that. I mean, both name and surname they sound pretty Italian to me, so that's why I assumed.
But Enrico Palazzo is an old meme, I think. The real Enrico Palazzo. Yes, but the only reason I know this is because the real Enrico Palazzo in your chat right now. I had to go and look this up, the etymology of this thing. Right? Yes, Naked Gun, the old Leslie Nielsen movie from the 60s, maybe 70s.
I got double baited then. Never mind.
Yeah.
I see.
What was the Enrico? Tell us a story of the real Enrico Palazzo. What that was it like something to do with like a figure skater or something? I don't remember.
From Naked Gun. I guess I will have to check that out.
Yeah, the Naked Gun was a Leslie Nielsen movie, right? And oddly enough, what's kind of like what surprised me last time I saw is I watched this as a kid, and I didn't know anything about the characters in there. But O.J. Simpson is one of the characters in there. Like I'm like, what? Okay.
No, I totally saw this as a kid. It's just that it's been too long, and I didn't recognize the title because I probably at the time saw it with the Italian translation. But what the heck?
Yeah, I got really shocked when I saw it as an adult. That's like, hang on a second, isn't that the crazy person who murdered a bunch of people, right? But there you go. Hello, Richie, how you doing? That's where you know OJ from, right? Well, it could be that or orange juice, right? I don't know. OJ means a lot of things, but you know. You think you're in a sex stream? Well, we'll see. We'll see how this pans out, right? Golden years of comedy in Italy would be movies like Tre Uno Gamba or Fantozzi.
Okay. So
go on. Sorry.
No. Okay. So wait a second. So despite that being a character name, then wait a minute. You wouldn't know about Tre Uomini e una Gamba if you weren't Italian, I would imagine. So with this, I consider this conclusive evidence that Enrico Palazzo, despite that not being their real name, despite what their nickname tries to argue, then they are Italian after all, I think.
You want to know the funny part here? This is not the funny part, right? This I'm being butthurt. Enrico Palazzo has been a follower on my stream for a very long time. Do you think he subscribed to my stream? No. But he's subscribed to your stream.
That's extra evidence.
Just, you know, I don't know, right?
No, but I think this might have been a gifted sub.
I just want Enrico to feel a little bit guilty. That's all. This is how you make it on Twitch. You're like, oh, thank you guys for watching my stream. By the way, I hope you feel guilty. For whatever reason, I hope you feel guilty for not subscribing. I hope you feel guilty for, oh, you got a lot of money. What problem you have? Okay, well, maybe, you know. You get gifts constantly. You had to nuke your Twitch to give yourself. Thank you, Enrico. I think it's against TOS. Nah, I don't know, man. But well, I mean, can you? Maybe I just get a bathtub and just start drawing names in our foreheads, and we'll be fine. All right. Anyway, so how far into the stream are we? Right, because I gotta try to keep track of this thing.
Yeah. Oh my god. Wait, you're so professional. I never do that stuff. I just bore people for like 2 hours trying to debug one thing. I don't care. So
you're here to write code and I'm here to care, okay? So you guys feel welcome while Christoph work.
Yeah.
12:30. Okay, I'm gonna open the stream here so I can see the timestamp. Whoops.
Yeah, it's been roughly quarter of an hour. So
yeah, there we go.
Do you think it's a good time to whip out the
If you just end the sentence there, we can just leave them hanging. Is it good to whip out? Okay, go on. Sorry.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm not gonna say something particularly good either. In any case, so is it time to whip out the YouTube brain rot now, or? I've been waiting for this.
Welcome to 2 hours of Gregory here. Okay, we're gonna talk about that.
So,
oh man,
the last time we learned a bit about the Gregory Elsa Spider-Man drama, honestly, it's an interesting lore. I mean, you compare it with the latest like Marvel movies, it's up there in my opinion. But that's not all that YouTube has to offer. I think we should dive deeper and explore more. So I showed this already. I linked this in your Discord server, so somebody might have had already a preview. But I think it's worth for the viewers to know what's happening out there.
Oh, let's do it. I think I know where you're going with this, but I haven't paid too much attention to it. So let's do it, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna hide your screen share for a moment. And so, by the way, we started this because I don't remember how we got into this topic, but we were basically. Let me lower the volume. Also, 1 sec, because I don't hear audio from there.
We're doing like with this part of a desk setup here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Okay. So the audio is not that interesting. You know what? I'll mute it completely. But here's the funny thing. So basically, this is a live stream, which is, in my opinion, although I don't think that's particularly controversial, entirely produced programmatically. Well, somebody had to record, I guess, the original video, but then this is not a real live. So what's happening is that the streamer is supposedly like trying to do this challenge where they need to fill up like an area with blocks in Minecraft, but then chat can spawn TNT to blow up some blocks, preventing them from winning. Subscribing also spawns a TNT, and there's like this whole idea that like please stop, I want to sleep. And if you listen to the audio, you can hear in the background like a crying noise. This is like pure brain rot for kids, and I find it amazing that they also went to the point where there's big TNT even. Oh, I guess big TNT completely resets the entire thing, huh? So that entirely basically what to say, yeah, there's no more need for human labor. This is just entirely happening programmatically for the
so what part of this is quote unquote real, was it really happening, and what part of this is generated content?
I think that everything that you see on screen is entirely programmatic or even pre-recorded. So I think that it's generated programmatically, maybe also by pre-recording it. I don't think that if you type TNT in chat, that will cause TNT to spawn. I think that even if there was nobody to type TNT in chat, TNT would spawn anyway, because that's how it's pre-recorded or scripted.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be able to with everything moving so fast, you wouldn't be able to keep up and know whether your action had an impact or not, right? Because it's so.
Yeah, you're also supposed to be like a 6-year-old on an iPad, so you're not supposed to have like the presence of mind to really notice that there's something fishy going on, I think.
So it kind of so this is not based on like financial donations or anything in that case, right?
This one, no.
Fair enough.
But I think there might be other ones that might be, or you know, I guess if they tied this to donations, probably this thing doesn't get enough viewers to really get to that point, or maybe they're happy with just getting money from ads. But if they wanted to, I think they could also have a similar setup for, if they wanted to make it. It's so puzzling if you think about it. Like so much of this stuff going on YouTube all the time.
But I have to say, while you've been talking, I've sort of been looking at the video, and I'm finding it hard to look away. It's kind of like one of those. Have you ever seen those like animated GIF illusions where it looks like something is moving and it changes angle and is moving closer, but it never gets there? It just kind of restarts, but your brain doesn't really catch on the fact that it's restarting over and over again. So I think this is this is probably just a more modern version of that. You kind of have this seamless regurgitation of video, and it's just like it probably just does the same thing over and over again, right?
Yeah.
You could probably analyze the frames and see if there's like similarities between them as well, right?
I mean, guaranteed. I think that if you watch this thing for like 5 hours, you will not see the person stand up from the keyboard and like drink a sip of water or go to the restroom.
Oh my
at all.
goodness.
Yeah.
Is a chat filled with real people? I don't think it's a mixture in that case, Josephus. Hello, Skylar.
It could be a mix. Yeah.
That's sort of interesting. I mean, like this is so I don't know. Like whenever I want to make a video or do something with video, right? I sit down and I spend some time, think about some stupid joke, and then I start looking at things. I record. I have probably like 5 or 6 unfinished video projects, loads of deleted video projects that turn out that I should have finished them.
Yeah.
And I spend so much time on these things, and then some kid in Ireland's just sitting there with LLM and Minecraft, and it's just pumping up money, right? I mean, like, what am I doing wrong, man? But it's a little bit of a testament to how things go, right? Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, so Togo, for the next time we do a video, we do a stream together, maybe we can take a peek. So not dive too deep, but just take a peek into hidden villas with pools video. I don't know if you ever saw them.
No, but this sounds. Is this one of those AI generated things?
No, these are not AI generated. This is like this type of content requires still a lot of like human labor. Basically, it's I won't spoil too much, but the idea is that it's videos of people going into the jungle and basically building by hand
pools and stuff.
Yeah, like houses with pools, hidden caves, like hidden sections.
I have seen a video. I've seen someone do this like out of clay. They dug out like clay in the ground, like him and his brother or whatever it was, and they did this thing. And I was like, wow, that's insane.
There's so much lore in those things. They make no sense. And they have like these concepts where there's this idea, for example, when they make a pool. So I don't know if anybody here has ever tried to make a pool out of mud when they were kids. I have. Not a real pool, obviously, like a tiny pool, right? Like a puddle. But the problem with dirt is that, water kind of goes through it and gets absorbed by the dirt. So you can't have a pool if you don't have some kind of insulation. So in those videos, they have this lore idea where they go hunt for termite nests. And the termite nest, when broken down, produces a type of clay. I think maybe some termites also end up in there, in theory, but it produces a clay that has insulating properties. So they put that clay over everything, and and at that point the pool becomes insulated in theory.
That's kind of great. I mean, I remember as a kid digging around in the dirt and like getting, especially like in a sandbox, and you're getting like buckets of water and you pour into these holes you dig in the sandbox, and it kind of makes the sand more malleable or like stay in shape. But yeah, the water's just gonna get consumed by the sand, and like you do a lot of these things. I mean, I don't know. I assume most people played in some kind of sandbox or dirt when they were a kid with water and things like that. I mean, I loved it there. I love doing that. Like, my kid's not going to do that, right? She's like, oh, it's time to go out and play, but that just means go upstairs and play with the iPad. It's like going out and play. It's a little bit dead these days. I don't think people go out and play as much, right?
I guess the only solution is to hide like iPads in the ground or something like that.
Sponsored by Apple. We can be one of those like Mr. Beast. Like, I've hidden 40,000 iPads in this landfill, and we're gonna have these children dig these iPads up. And for every metric ton of waste that a child removes, they get to keep an iPad. And you can see the kids go like, and it's going to clean up, right? It would be fantastic, right?
Yeah.
Try to use plastic shopping bags. Well, you can find those in nature these days, Skylar. It's all good. You didn't have to bring them out. But that was dark. But okay, so let's see. So I think we're a good start. We're a good warm up in. Right?
I think so.
I usually wait until I have about 50 people in my chat to heckle me, but I think we're good now, right?
Yeah, we're at 64 according to my numbers.
They will be, Keeney, eventually, right? But we are not here to talk about plastic bags in nature because that's way too depressing. Instead, we're going to talk about which programming language is the best one and why. Now, I am baiting you. All right, so where did we leave? We kind of left off our quiet, private conversation of great interest. We left that off without kind of concluding that. So do you wanna talk about that, or do you want to just leave that for like?
I think we can have the discussion. I guess maybe we can reintroduce the topic from scratch. Maybe we don't replay the whole discussion, but we like touch upon the main points.
Can you bring the article up on screen and I can quickly sort of recap, right? So here's the thing, right? There was a post written by someone named Richard Feldman, who, by the way, is going to join you on stream today, right?
Yeah, we're going to have a Showtime episode later today. So for Europeans, so for Scott, who is on the American West Coast, that would be tomorrow morning. For us in Europe, that's going to be later tonight. For everybody, no matter where you are, assuming we have a reasonably similar frame of, like we move at roughly the same speed in space, that's going to be 7 hours and 37 minutes from now.
And I'm gonna try to tune in for that. I don't know how it's gonna fit with my family, but I really like what I've watched a lot of talks by Richard Feldman, and I have. I've seen like his take on Elm and these things. I haven't seen much of his talks when it comes to rock, but yeah, I'm a little bit large. Let's get rid of me here for a second, and I'm gonna catch you guys up. All right, so the Richard Feldman wrote a post. They're moving some. So the rock lang is a functional programming language, which is interesting because it targets LLVM, right? Which means you're gonna get like a nice compiled functional programming language. These days, I think a lot of them are written on top of the JVM and so on and so forth, right? So this is kind of interesting, and this is what made me interested in it. And now they've written the whole thing in Rust with the standard library in Zig. So the compiler is Rust, standard library is Zig, and now they're rewriting the compiler into Zig. And the conversation I was kind of having with Christoph was, and I touched on this topic on my stream as well, right? So some of you guys might feel a bit familiar with this, but what I was saying to Chris is I find it interesting that we feel that we kind of have to defend our choices that we do now. If you look back in time, say you go back to sort of 2001 and you wrote something in Pascal and then you decide to write it in C the next day, there's not going to be a group of people standing around the corner going, why are you swapping to C? And then make you defend your choices or anything like that, right? And that's kind of what we're talking about just before we started the stream, right?
Yeah. So I just realized that I wasn't showing this on stream earlier. So this is the official Ziggy Showtime website where you can find the times and the countdown if you're interested. It's zig.show, like literally zig.show. And yeah, this is the blog post that Richard wrote. So you know what? Let me maybe start by explaining what rock does, and then so that everybody has all the context, and then we go back to I guess the crux of the discussion, which is why do you now have to justify every single move that you make? So okay, why might you want to care about rock? I would suggest don't care about rock because Richard Feldman. Don't care about rock because functional programming. Care about rock, in my opinion, for a third reason. Rock, what makes interesting, what makes rock interesting, in my opinion, is that it has the concept of platforms. So the idea is you basically take your application and you split it into two sides. The gnarly side, where performance and efficiency matters more, and like there's nuance and like unsafety, that kind of stuff. And then your application has a other side, which you could consider the more scriptable side in a sense, where basically somebody who knows how to write rock, so a functional programming language, who doesn't necessarily know about all the nuance of pointers, memory allocation strategies, etc., can write in functional programming the rest of the logic. And the idea is that then you keep basically the hard part, in the platform, the core of the business logic in your functional programming, and in theory, if you do it well, you could get the best of both worlds. good performance, do things efficiently when it matters, but also be able to express in a high level programming language your core logic in a functional programming language, right? With all the nice properties that functional programming languages have when it comes to the core logic of your program. I think it's an interesting idea. So that's, I guess, the reason why Rock exists, because it's not just another functional programming language for which there's already plenty, but it's one that aside from the specific nuances of whether it has, monads or not, does it have curring or not, that kind of like functional programming inside baseball, it also has an interesting like practical aspect when it comes to real world programming. So I think that makes it at least on paper interesting. So Richard brought this thing where he said that he wanted to rewrite it in Zig. You want to know something interesting, Toggle? I don't know if you read this initial part, but before that, there's another thing that he had to justify. He had to justify not rewriting Rock in Rock. Some people were disappointed by that as well.
I think that's so. I can see the thoughts behind that, and that's probably something like. And he mentions this in the post as well, the concept of a self-hosted compiler. And you kind of think that, because I do remember he wrote that we're not rewriting Rock in Rock, right? I think it's more kind of interesting how now everything we do has to be justified. So when I read this article, I thought that this is, and I'd love to ask him or somehow directly or indirectly through your chat, maybe, if that was what was the thought behind writing this article? Have you really reached the point where you're not allowed to have your opinions or your wishes anymore? You have to justify everything, and like your time is no longer yours. You might have run into this yourself, right? When you come up with an idea and you kind of go, oh, you know what I want to do? I want to build an IRC client in Zig. And someone goes, well, why don't you just contribute to this project that you have no investment in whatsoever with a person you don't know? And like, well, it's like the internet decides how you spend your time when you're doing things in public. And I find it backwards, right? It's a little bit like...
The chat client, that was easy. The static site generator, that had a few discussions. Why are you making your own templating language? Why you're not just supporting the existing ones? Why are you using Markdown? Why are you not using restructured test, ASCII doc? I don't know. There's a plethora of markup formats, and every single one of them has a champion.
If you follow all the roads, it all comes back to daring Fireball in the end, right? But there is kind of an interesting, when you do things in public, you kind of have to expect these questions, but it's a little bit weird that we have kind of grown to know this. Funny thing is, no one ever asked me why I was making a custom markup language for what I was working on. But I think people just didn't get what I was working on. They're gonna just, so it was all right, man. I think it's all good. So what made you, right? I'm asking this so you can talk about your project more than try to justify something. What made you write a static site generator?
Having used one that I really liked mostly, and that has a few things that I really hated, and so feeling like I had enough experience making static websites that I would have that my opinion would be coherent enough to be able to make something new that would yield a user experience that would match my preferences. So do the nice things that the tool that I was already using. I can say that Zine is majorly inspired by Hugo. I like how Hugo does things. I'm not saying that Hugo is universally the best static site generator ever. I mean, no, there's Zine now. I'm joking. No, but regardless, it's a style of doing things, and there might be other styles of static site generators that might be better for you as a person or your use case. But I did like Hugo, and so I wanted to have basically, I guess, a experience that had the good parts of Hugo, but not have the bad parts of Hugo. Starting from the templating language, which I absolutely despise.
Hello, good morning, Mlug. I was told off. All right. I got you now. How are you doing? Is XOR your favorite bitwise operation? I don't know how to answer that. We need to move Zig side to south. Host was one part as well, as it was inevitable. It was an inevitable consequence. Is that on the docket to make this thing run the Zig website as well?
So if you go to the Zig website, it has a build.zig and a build.zon, and it depends on Zin. So we already did it.
Ah, look at that, man. What a flex.
Yeah.
So something you wrote is now being used by thousands of people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Ziglang.org is probably my biggest user. Although, it's a bit of a, how can I say? It's not a big flex.
I don't know,
But yeah.
man. I think it's pretty good. You're not going to see any of my stuff near any official programming communities, I think. Although, if you do search for Rust bitwise operators, I believe my website will turn up because I wrote like a cheat sheet for that stuff. With obviously a link to the let's see if it actually works now, right? Yeah, there you go. Third result.
Nice.
But I linked to the original source for people, so it kind of comes from there. But the bitwise operators aren't entirely the same as in C++. I think there's one symbol that differs. The exclamation mark maybe might be different in, or is it the XOR that is different in? I think the original article is from C++. I don't remember. So there was that, right? Okay, let me have a quick catch up here. Looking at that. All right, so we need. Oh, there we go. Right, there we go. Right. So you know what? We talked a little bit about what sort of happens with languages all the time, and like languages tend to go through like all these sort of. They get typecast, they go through like this process of people latch on to your programming language. Unfortunately, in Rust world, that was blockchain. So it became like, oh, it's the blockchain language. Says, no, it is not the blockchain language. It's not, right?
There's some of that happening in Zig too. Although I feel like Rust is much more hyped in that space than Zig.
Oh God, yeah. It was even to the degree that so Rust has crates.io, which is a big register where you can go and like look up crates, and crates are libraries of Rust, right? And get these. But there's like there's an alternative to that, which is driven by someone who they have some kind of evaluation and opinions on things, and it's known as like an opinionated register. Because right now, you don't really have a metric from people saying, oh, this crate is really good. You kind of have the download count and dependency count, and that's kind of it, right? And this guy created librs or librs, I don't remember. And it's kind of, he sort of like decides which one is which. And at one point, that's the one, right? At one point, he put all the cryptocurrency stuff on the title of, I think it was like Magic Beans, and there was quite an outrage. People got really upset about that. So on one end, I kind of agree that you're running something public, you should probably not be so flippant. And I'm going to say something controversial here. The cryptocurrency stuff has actually brought a lot of money and research stuff into Rust. So there's been libraries for networking stuff that's pretty interesting, completely not part of cryptocurrency, but written by companies who are dealing with this stuff, right? So it has had some benefits to it, right? So it's not like entirely bad. But as a Rust programmer, I don't want to be a sort of associated with like, oh, you do the cryptocurrency language thing. I say, no, that's not how I look at it, man. It's like when your parents go like, what do you do for a living? Oh, he just plays in the computer all day, and be like, no. I mean, yeah, but they don't know that, right? We're programmers. We do programming. Like, my father-in-law once told me, it's like, shouldn't you become like a carpenter because you're like interested in that stuff instead of like playing on your computer? And I'm like, come on, man. Like, I have a real job, not these days. But then I was like, I ran my own consultancy back then. It's like, but in his world, he's an old man, a professor, teacher. And in his world, there was like, what I was doing was playing on the computer. And then when we were working on a house together or something, that was like when we were doing the real job. It's like, massive pay cut, terrible working hours. I don't know, man. But no, I thought that.
Yeah.
So. Well, where I was going with this thing in a very it's very hard to follow conversation, right? But I was sort of wondering, like, if Zig has positioned itself inadvertently against its will in any kind of space like that at this point, and do you think it hasn't?
I think it's a bit too early because if we compare, I think the Rust of like popularity of the graph of popularity of Zig and Rust, I think we're still a little bit we're behind enough that any phenomena of this kind, it would be it wouldn't be big enough to really notice too much. I can tell you that there are some cryptocurrency things going on related to Zig. But not a ton. I believe that the main cryptocurrency entity interested in Zig is Solana, or at least a part of Solana. So I know that people have been writing a validator in Zig, and there's a company whose name it's like escaping me right now. I normally know it, but now it's escaping. But in any case, they're writing a validator, and I know that there are at least two notable people in the Zig community, and by notable I mean people who have been doing big Zig stuff. Like one is King Prodi, the other one is Soapstone. Soapstone is the creator of Zig Guide. They both work for that Solana company. But that's the entirety of it. So it's something, but it's not gigantic. There is, and somebody Bifred already pointed it out. Yeah, there's ZML. That's a French startup that has adopted Zig to do AI stuff. In their case, it's like AI infrastructure. It's the idea is, I'm gonna say this in a stupidly imprecise way, but just for the sake of brevity, it's basically like quote unquote cross compilation and distribution of AI models so that you can run them on heterogeneous hardware. So so that if you have like different GPUs, or like some things are CPUs, some things are GPUs, and then you want to have your model run on all that stuff, that's basically what they use the Zig toolchain and programming language for. So there's some of that, but so far I think there has been no like. I would be surprised if somebody went to me and said this. Like if somebody went to me and said, "Oh yeah, Zig is the AI language," I would say, "What?" Yeah.
All right. So it hasn't really kind of positioned itself in there somewhere, right? Is having seen what happened to Rust, although arguably I don't know if this is a negative or not, but having seen it, would you want this to not happen to Zig? Would you want Zig to not become associated with one thing in particular, right?
Yeah. I would say that definitely having being called the crypto language is something that I don't think I would like for Zig. But I think the fact is that so far, let me put it this way: so far we have been doing either deliberately or inadvertently. I think it's a mix of both. We have been making sure to not remove friction from things that are not ready yet. So, for example, we have like an official website with documentation. Let me go on the official website. So we have documentation, but there's stuff that is not documented. For example, the Zig build system has some documentation, but I can tell you that there's a lot of stuff missing from here. And the thing is, the build system keeps changing all the time. So either you're somebody who can really learn this stuff on their own and like keep up with changes. But if you're not that person, you're not gonna have a good time. So in a sense, the idea is that the Zig website so far, and this part was always deliberate, has always been designed to not make how can I say, like to not trick people who are not ready yet to get into Zig too easily. So in that sense, I feel like that it's kind of like Zig is definitely a hyped language. There's no discussion there. But we have breaks in key points so that people don't go and like jump and say, I'm gonna do now web dev in Zig, and then they hit the ground flat.
Oh man, that's even a like a talking point I want to bring up. But before we kind of jump into that one,
Yeah.
I do feel like it's a little bit similar in when it comes to Rust, because people have asked me, and everything, when you're a streamer or a content creator and someone says the phrase "people ask me" or "I see people do," you should translate the word "people" to the number 4, because that's roughly how many people are. But when you see this now and then, you get a feeling for it, for like its recurrence, right? And people, 4 people, right? That was 4. Have asked me, like, is Zig a good first programming? Sorry, Zig, is Rust a good first programming language? And I've said no, I don't think so, right? And you don't want to say anything bad necessarily about it, but if someone asked you, like, do you think Zig is a first programming, like, as a good first programming language, what would your take be on that?
Yeah, that's definitely a discussion that I had, and it's a bit nuanced. So my personal answer would be somewhere between it depends and no, with this in mind. My personal experience, so the way I learned programming, my first programming language, I tried C++ briefly, but my real first programming language was PHP. That's a story, I guess, from another day. For another discussion. The point, I guess, in general, is that I learned programming top down. I learned programming from learn algorithms, learn the computer science stuff, and then after that, learn the engineering parts. I know that some people instead prefer the inverse approach. Some other people like the bottom up approach, where they start by learning how the hardware works, and then they learn how to make the hardware do more complicated stuff, and then go up. I think that, so this is, I guess, the depends part. It's like, it depends, I guess, on your sensibilities. So if you're a hardcore bottom-up person, then maybe Zig could be an interesting language. Not sure about the first language, given the current state that the learning materials are in, which is very unbaked still, but it might eventually become a good first language. My personal take is that, since I personally prefer going top-down, I don't know, to me, a good first programming language would be JavaScript, Python, or Lisp.
I agree with that, actually. I think as much hatred as like these languages get, I think they're good at teaching you the sort of some of the philosophies of programming without having. No one has picked Lisp. Lisp is a terrible language. We're just gonna park that one over there. Take your brackets, okay? You can keep now. But I think it's good because you learn about the fundamentals without having to. And as you say, you put it very well, right? You're saying that you can learn about the hardware. And then that sort of go in that direction. And then I don't think Python is a good language because it's so insanely abstracted away. But when it comes to programming concepts like variables and functions and the likes and kind of record or whatever, then it's really good, right? Because you can, and I'd say someone who's learning to program today, it depends a lot on where they're coming from. If it's a child, then I think Python might be better. If it's a grown up with a PhD in maths, then maybe something different, right? But it really depends on who you are as a person. But I do feel like the Rust would not be a good first programming language because the learning curve is too steep, and there's too much going on with the language that you have to take on board. It's gonna prevent you. Right?
I would even argue that probably to really appreciate Rust, like you would appreciate Rust more if you first. So if you go, let's say, from a bottom-up perspective, you would probably appreciate Rust more if you experienced all the things that Rust protects you from. So like, you get your program to segfault, you see that it's not that hard to get there, and that bugs are not maybe immediately obvious because those bugs present themselves as in a form that goes past the formal logic of what you wrote, right? You end up in states that seem impossible if you just give a, let's say, high-level programming reading of the source code. And so then you can really appreciate why, for example, things are the way they are in Rust, like why a static, a string literal has a static lifetime, and that's like not an arbitrary choice that connects back into the mechanics of how this stuff works. So Yeah, I feel like going deeper and then going back up into Rust might be a good practice.
Yeah, I kind of went from the other direction. One of my first programming languages was also PHP. Back in the days, PHP and Pascal, and Basic but it's been a lot of these languages where you don't really have to deal so much with memory. The only time, or in C# you kind of chase a bit of performance. You do have to care about what you do with the memory, but not really that much else. Rust made me more interested in languages like C and Zig, and I do understand the benefits of it, but I never really had to suffer the pains of, not personally. I can understand, I can extrapolate what issues Rust solves for those who are coming from that world,
Yeah.
and who are kind of, I think the approach could be, if you're fed up with chasing it and just want to let the compiler deal with it for you, I think that Rust could be a breath of fresh air if you're going in that direction. And it kind of puts you in a, let's just get things done and let the compiler sort it out kind of mentality. But it is really good. I think having programmed Rust really made me appreciate some of the stuff in Zig as well, right? To be able to understand why things are the way they are.
There's an argument. There's an argument that Matt Clad made. I don't remember if we talked about this yet. I might be repeating myself, so stop me if I am. But so he posted these on Lobsters and then made a talk, like a full-fledged talk out of it. But his argument, and I'll like try to sum it up. So I might lose some nuance. Also, he's a Rust programmer. I'm not, so keep that in mind. But his argument was something along the lines of, basically, Rust, from his perspective, is a new Python in this sense. Python is a language that basically made C and C++ accessible to everybody. If you let's say that there was no Python and you wanted to use like OpenCV, the computer vision library to detect, items in an image or in a video, good luck. You have to learn how to build it. Not easy. And then you have to program it, and which requires you to learn C and C++. That's a lot of work. But OpenCV can be accessed by Python. And to access it by Python, ostensibly, you only need only to know Python. In reality, you do pull in some jankiness because you're depending on C code that might build, might not build. There's a ton of things there's a ton of complexity and jankiness that Python pulls in because it inherits it from C and C++. But if everything goes well, then all you have to do is write some Python that is not too hard, and boom, you have computer vision in your Python program. So the idea is C and C++ have become accessible to high-level programmers, to people who know high-level programming languages, thanks to Python. And I would argue that the majority of the interesting things that you can do with Python are interesting because, at least in part, because they give you access to something that has been written in C or C++ or Fortran, or nowadays Rust as well. But the idea is that you can kind of do the same with Rust. You can write Rust from a, let's say, high-level perspective, and there's also a Rust library that has been written instead with a more low-level perspective. So you can imagine that somebody could, in theory, maybe this has already happened, rewrite OpenCV in Rust, and now it's one language. Now you can use Rust in a more high-level fashion where, you're not doing the max efficient thing. You're boxing sometimes where maybe you could avoid it, but it doesn't matter because the hot paths, like the core, the more important stuff, has been written in efficient Rust by the authors of the, let's call it OpenCV-RS library. And so the idea is that this way you don't have like a hard barrier where you have Python above, C below, and a bunch of jankiness in the middle. But instead you have Rust all the way through. And there's a gradient where the style of programming has to change because you can't pull off OpenCV if you box everything. But at the same time, the transition, if you ever decide to dive deeper, there's like less friction because there's no hard barrier that you have to permeate somehow. What do you think?
I think that's a good take on it, and I think this lends itself to another space as well. So we're not gonna fanboy too much over Rust, but when it comes to doing things, if you have, because normally in some kind of structure of a business, and you have more than 2 developers, right? You're gonna have a mixture of seniors and juniors, and with something like Rust, you're gonna struggle to have certain kinds of bugs that you need more experience to understand how to fix, right? So you can have a lot more safety, and the way you describe it is you could effectively organize in such a way that the senior developer writes the lower structure of it, and then the juniors will kind of build on top of that as they develop their own skills and kind of progress down, right? But of course, the long and short of it is you always have to learn how to write software. You're not going to be a junior for your entire life, right? And you kind of evolve with the languages and the tooling and all these things, right? But I think it's that is one of the nice things about Rust, that it allows you to I would be very comfortable giving a junior developer an exercise or a tool or whatever to build that involves multi-threading in Rust. I would be very uncomfortable even suggesting that in Python on account of these things, right? But on the topic of Python is effectively just a C wrapper, right? Where things get slow is when you do Python things in Python, do things like list comprehensions and stuff like that, and that's when it goes slow. But you can speed up a lot of the Python code as well, right? So you certainly can. And like you said, OpenCV, you got, what is it? It's like TensorFlow. You got like a lot of these things. Pandas is another library which is predominantly written in C or C++, maybe, that you call into from Python as well, right? No, but that's really interesting. So well, there's another thing, because you mentioned the web part, and I was wondering, when I started doing Rust, and people would ask me, it's like, should I build like web stuff in Rust? And I would just go, no. Why would you do that? That's an insane thought, right? There's like all the boilerplate you have to do, all the work you have to do, just networking, spinning up sockets to build up your like setting up your listeners and all these things. Just for no, good God, don't do that. But as time progressed and more abstractions started to be built around this stuff, and actually became quite nice. And like one of the winning features with Rust, forget about the borrowed checker and all that stuff that people like to cream all over. Oh, that was unnecessarily graphical. Apologize. But the people to get really excited about, right? It's the refactorability, which is a completely made up word, that you can do with something like that, right? So we have ironically, we as humans tend to build websites and then throw them away 6 months later and start from scratch. So the argument I'm making now is a little bit hollow, but you build software is really easy to maintain and refactor because you have a really strong type system and tooling around that stuff, right? So these days, when someone goes, "Should I build a website in Rust?" I'm not going to be as quick to say, "No, you're nuts," right? But the question is, are you going to rebuild it in 6 months? If that's the case, then don't bother, right? But where do you see Zig landing in this space, right? Because you can obviously compete with things like Nginx, which is a very popular web server or forward proxy, right? That something like that could definitely be written in Zig. Where do you see Zig and the web space in the future? How do you predict that?
Well, I can tell you where we are now, and then we can maybe extrapolate from that. So right now we have, this is kind of the state of the ecosystem. So we have, I think, as one advanced example, we have Zap. Zap is a web server written in Zig. Why did I click that image? I should not have. Okay, so it's a web server framework written in Zig, but it cheats. It wraps a C library called Facilio. So Facilio is a C library to do web servers. I guess you can imagine it as, I don't know, like Flask, but C-ish. And basically, Zap is Facilio at its core, plus on top, a C interface, a Zig API interface. Plus, there might be more stuff that doesn't come with Facilio that has been added to give you more more control over things like, for example, does Facilio do middlewares? I'm not sure, but they here have middleware support, and this might totally have been implemented above Facilio, for example. Apparently, there's a thing called Zigception. Okay, it's a middleware example. Sorry. So I think this is to some degree inspired by Go. Like, I'm looking at this and I can smell the Go. You decide whether that's good or bad. But they also say it. If you come from Go, this might appeal to you. Yeah. so they have all this stuff. So I would say if this, let's say you want to get a web server working in Zig, you can use this and it works. But it's like very vertically integrated. I do think that when you want to have, like, if you want to consider your ecosystem mature, you need to also have like individual components that are mature in their own right, that then you can pick and choose and mix together depending on your needs. So here you're basically buying into this whole ecosystem. Other than this, we don't have a ton. So there are some HTTP servers, but I would consider them not production ready. So let me bring up one. Carl Seguin has a bunch of Zig stuff, including an HTTP server. But as you can see, this is an HTTP 1.1 server. This one doesn't do HTTP 2.0. Doable, but at the same time, if you want to get serious about web stuff, wanting HTTP 2.0 is like, or even 3.0 is a reasonable request, I guess. So this library will get you to a certain point, but not past that. Oh, let's take a look also at JetZig. Yes. I think the author calls it YetZig. I'll go with Jet though. So there's also JetZig. This one is also new, but I would say this one is also vertically integrated. So let me pull up a last data point. Zigland.org, source, standard library. We go under HTTP. We need to go into the standard library first, then go into HTTP. And in here, we have a server and a client. The server was written by Andrew, and it's interesting because this server is not a full server. Like when you think about a web server, you think of it as a active component that has that's kind of alive, right? It manages like threads, a thread pool of some kind, and like you start it and then you stop it. That's usually how it's presented to you. What's interesting about this code here is that this is a parser. That's it. It's just a parser. So you have to handle like connection management and maybe multi-threading or whatever strategy you're gonna do, and then you parse HTTP requests off from that connection using this struct. So it's just a parser, and it's an interesting approach in my opinion. So this HTTP server is used to test. It's used to serve docs in the latest version of Zig, like to serve docs locally, and also to test the HTTP client. So I would say that this is not. This is interesting and it's good work that Andrew made, but this is not yet, as you can see, also HTTP 1.0, 1.1, no 2.0, for example. But this is not yet where, for example, the Go standard library HTTP client, HTTP server is. And one thing that's nice about Go is that every web framework that is there in the Go ecosystem, or at least every major one that I know of, they all depend on the standard library Go HTTP server.
Is that really the case? Because I got the impression that it was quite not the case, and that the reason for the reason why you had all these different, or rather, you had all this. Hang on, So is this true except for fast HTTP based ones? So this brings another point, right? That I was going to ask you about, right? Do you think that it was a mistake to put an HTTP or parsing or anything that's specific into the standard library on account of now you're kind of stuck with this for the rest of your life? So you put it in there and for backwards compatibility or whatever, you kind of have to use this thing or have keep maintaining it, even if something better comes along that everyone starts using, and you're kind of stuck with this thing. What do you think?
That's a good question. So when it comes to standard library design, Zig as a project has not yet decided what the philosophy should be, whether it should be like, minimalistic standard library or like a batteries included standard library. But I think that while you could argue for the technical merits of either choice, there is a bigger question that you need to answer beforehand. And keep in mind, I'm saying this from the perspective of running the project. So it's fine if you, as a user of the project, you never thought about it this way. But the reality is that when you have to make that choice, that is an economic question before it is a technical question. Before you commit to any technical choice, there is the question beforehand, which is, will you be able to economically sustain your choice of standard library of maintaining what you put in a standard library? So, for example, we could come to the conclusion that it is undoubtedly true that the optimal choice for Zig, or maybe every programming language, is to have an HTTP server in the standard library and an HTTP client, and also support HTTP 2.0, 3.0, and everything else. And again, let's assume that this is correct. Not saying that it is, but for the sake of the argument. Well, then, if your project doesn't have an economic structure that is able to sustain the maintainer work to keep those things up to date, then it is undoubtedly the wrong choice for your language, because you can't pull it off. So whatever we're going to end up with, it will have to be something that is economically sustainable. And the Zig project has, like every project, has economic constraints. So we will have to design our choice based on what we want our funding to be. And obviously, when you just look at this problem, the answer should be more funding, right? More funding. If more funding means a better standard library, then you should obviously have that, and that's fair. But the money doesn't grow on trees, so you have also to decide how that money comes in. And there might be some choices. For example, just get acquired by Google, bro. There are choices that come with implications, and you might not like those implications. Actually, let me put it this way. Those implications might have, in turn, their own special kind of negative impact on the technical side of the language. Maybe if we get bought by Google, then Zig will have to have in the standard library Go API compatibility and a framework for serving ads on the internet. Neither of which, honestly, we would really want to have in the standard library. But who knows? That might be part of the deal.
Here's a spicy one for you, right? Has Zig taken an open position when it comes to acquisition? So has it kind of said, no, we're not going to let the big bust at Google acquire us and destroy the language? Has it gone out and said anything like that?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you about the Zig standard deal. So the Zig standard deal for venture capital and big tech companies that are interested in getting involved with Zig is this: 0 board seats, 0 ownership of the organization, for whatever amount of money you want to give us, but at the end you get Zig. That's the standard deal.
So give me money and I give you nothing. Okay, I like it, man. That's a business model I can get behind. All right, you guys heard it. Give me money or give Zig money and you get no, but it's good, man. Because that's one of those things that people obviously, I mean, if I say people, at least I think about that. Honestly, I'm not too concerned about these things, except when it comes to certain companies that will acquire, it's a very Google specific, will acquire products and then sunset the product 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, like, you invest in a language or something like that, and then it gets acquired, and people will be like, wow.
This is, by the way, a discussion that I think is kind of interesting. Have you seen, going back to Elm, have you seen, now I'll have to pronounce his name, Evans. Chapwiki. Evans talk on funding open source.
No, I don't. I have seen some talks by him, but I'm not sure.
So if you're are you interested in the topic? Because I think it's mildly interesting. So are you interested in spending like 5 to 10 minutes on this?
Question is, are you guys watching this interested in this? All right.
Oh,
No one cares what I think. Are you
what do you
guys
mean?
interested?
What do you mean? They can turn off the
Yes.
stream if they don't want to stay here. So they always have this option.
This is the opposite of what you should do as a streamer. You have to be like, oh, you guys want to see me write your name on my forehead? Let me just get a pen and a hot tub, and we're off to the races. I mean, like, what do you guys want me to do today? Something productive and fun, or do you want me to write Kotlin for 4 hours? Okay, right. It's like, and no one wants me to write Swift. It's always something else, right? It's always something else. Hot Tub funds open sources Dreadfire. I think that's a thought. That's a thought right there.
Okay, let me. Sorry.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
No, please finish.
I was. So one thing I was going to say about the standard library thing. And again, every project is going to be different, of course. But if you look at something like Python, because that's literally the kitchen sink, right? And no one wants to use URL to make like requests or whatever. People will use the request library because it's so convenient, ergonomic to use, and all these things. Funny thing is, I never heard so much about ergonomics in software until I started programming Rust. It was like literally the first years of Rust. Everyone's like talking about ergonomics, and I just sort of felt like, is this a language or a chair? It was very difficult to sort of distinguish because of all the ergonomics that were talked about, right? But yeah, so in the standard library of Python, not only was there like bugs in 2.6 with SSL and all kinds of things, right? But no one uses that anymore, and now they have to keep maintaining that while everyone else is just using requests, right? Then we have one person in the entire universe. It doesn't feel that way, and that's Greaser. And I support your choice for doing it. But the rest of the Python, I'm kidding, Greaser. The rest of the Python programmers probably pick something like request because it's so easy. But I think that's going to be the majority, right? And I'm basing that on entirely no data whatsoever, other than my work experience, right? So I kind of get it. Like,
yeah, I think there are like quite a few parts of the Python standard library that are like pretty much considered deprecated by the community. Maybe even written so in the official documentation as well.
So okay, so we're gonna let's hop into the conversation about economics when it comes to open source, because this is something that so before we go in like proceed down that rabbit hole, what does economics in open source mean in this case? Right? What kind of economics are we talking?
Well, I think for now it's fine to talk about it in straight up in terms of like donations or like however you get money to fund the main development of the language.
So are we talking about like you as a person want to do an open source project and you want to make a living of it, or are we talking about a community building something large? What kind of scale are we talking?
So we can get into like the discussion about projects more in general, but it becomes exponentially more complicated when we switch to that. Maybe at least for now, or rather, if we want to take a look at what Evan says, which I think is very interesting, what he says mostly applies to programming languages, not strictly programming languages, but it has to be something in the ballpark, so something pretty big.
Let's hop into it. I have to say, I'm a little bit wary talking about Elm because I once made the mistake of having a strong public opinion about the language, and there was a lot of Elm fanatics in my chat that day. So I'm gonna be a little bit cautious here, okay? But let's talk about Elm.
You wanna know something funny? When I first met Richard Feldman a few years ago in Seattle, we talked about this kind of stuff. And he explained some of the things that he experienced in the Elm ecosystem, which, to be clear, I'm not necessarily saying that every interaction he was the one in the right or not. So that was not really the point of the discussion. But the point of the discussion was that there were like a lot in his experience. He had observed like a lot of like strong arguments and like strong pushback and like angry discussions with people over choices done when running the project. And what was funny is that what was interesting is that has not matched my experience almost at all. Or rather, yes, you do occasionally have drama also in the Zig community, like every other social thing. But it was very different from what he experienced in Elm. After he told me, I went and looked on the internet a little bit, and like, it's not like that in the Zig community. And I'm not saying this to say that the Zig community is better. I'm just saying, like, I had never seen anything like that. And even more in recent times, whenever something of Richard goes on Hacker News, there's always somebody still mad for the some kind of Elm thing, and they just cannot let go.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, I get that. And Elm is obviously targeting a different community as well, right? Elm is very much for the front end developers, right? And honestly, I thought Elm was pretty interesting. It's the first functional programming language I spent more than 5 minutes with, and I thought this is large, but it's kind of good. It's making sane choices. And the thing that got me in trouble with my chat was that I said I don't know where like Elm is even going because it hasn't had a release forever. I don't know if people are using it, and that kind of like set fire to the whole thing when I did that. But no, it's gonna be interesting to see though, right? What's happening there, right?
So yeah, this is the topic that I was referring. So Kelji, thank you. You got it totally right. I'll say one thing to introduce it. So I said that the Zig standard deal is money in exchange for nothing. Oh well, money in exchange for helping bump up the probability that Zig will be a successful project.
Well, I think that's kind of I would rather have a different perspective of it because it's not money for nothing. It's helping sustain something that could benefit you, right? But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's where the nuance lies, because you have on one hand, again, I'm talking about this is a deal for like venture capital people and venture capital and like investment firms or like big techs. And obviously, they want to act "quote unquote" rationally, which at a first approximation for them means not pay for something that they can get for free. So from that aspect, it's clearly not a particularly enticing idea. But it is true also for venture capital that if they invest in a company that is directly tied to Zig, for them, also putting some money in Zig is not a bad idea. This has not happened yet. We have not had any example of VC companies or venture capital directly funding Zig, but we have had plenty of experience observing this from the startups themselves. So the startup that invests a lot in Zig, they will very often, I think maybe 100% of the time up until now, donate to Zig non-trivial amounts of money. So we do get donations from Ban, we do get donations from Tiger Beetle, we do get donations from ZML, just to name three. So in a sense, even though this money is not directly coming from the VCs, what we were talking about, right? Making I guess the more nuanced rational decision where you invest in your underlying technology to help protect your other investment, the startup that invests in Zig. This is happening. It's just done directly by the startup, not by the VC directly. But I mean, that's VC money that they're getting, that we are getting at the end of the day.
Does Zig have? Because I remember this in the early days of Rust. So I think that there's a lot of good things when you watched something happen just before you do your thing. You can sort of see what's good and what's bad. Because I'm reasonably confident that Zig is never going to have make some kind of stupid post on Reddit about the trademark, right? I'm hoping you guys have just locked that shit down from out the gate, man. But there are good things that happen there as well. So one of the things was I think they had like a website for a while called like Friends of Rust, and they had like a list of all the companies that were using Rust, and this was like good marketing for the language because you get to have some big company names in there. I remember Dropbox being one of the earlier people who got the name on there, and it's good for the language and good for the business. Do you have any kind of thing like that where you can, because people care about these things, right?
So you're saying a place where we put like company logos?
Yeah, and like these are companies that are using Zig right now.
So we have these so far on the front page: Tiger Beetle, ZML, and Blacksmith. Ban should be here, but I haven't received a logo from them. I should probably ping them about this. But I mean, you know what? For Ban, having the logo here is not that important. Everybody already knows that they're using and supporting Zig. So in any case, we need to sort that out. But yeah, so we do have this. But this is beautiful, because this ties back into what Evan says. So here's then, we're not gonna listen to the whole talk, obviously. We're gonna jump forward to a section where he talks about a specific facet of open source funding, or rather, he compares a few different models and explains what, in his perspective, are the trade-offs. For example, you could do contract work to pay your open source development. You could only accept donations to support your development, or you could do something else. And we're going to talk about the specific case of creating a 501c6, so a consortium type of thing, which is what, at the end of the day, C++ is. I would say probably in our perspective here, people watching the stream, probably C++ is the quintessential example of this, in the good, but probably especially in the bad. Okay, let me do this. I will enable audio on YouTube so that you people on YouTube can hear as well. Usually I don't have the audio from my Mac listening that can be listened to on YouTube, but you're going to hear this. Otherwise, it's going to be a very confusing part of the stream for you. But then I'm going to turn it back off. So also, now that I think about it, Toggle, you will not be able to hear this because I'm not sharing with you that audio. Otherwise, you hear myself twice. How do we do this?
It's all right. I can lip read. Maybe I can if you post the talk in the chat, I can sort of try to sync up.
I can also, you know what? I can add also subtitles. So okay, let's take a moment to engineer this thing. I can also have subtitles, and maybe that's gonna be good enough. One sec, because I need to remember. I think this is the right part. Okay, I think it's around here. Yeah, we have subtitles, so it should be good. Can you read them?
I don't see them right now. I'll never see them. Yep.
I'm incredibly weirded out because they showed up weirdly late in OBS while the rest of the image was updating. What? Okay, this is insane. But in any case, let's try to play it. Yeah.
Like, it totally makes sense that if someone doesn't like the thing anymore, it should be easy to switch off, and there should be a pathway for that. But what would it look like in this one? I don't know.
Okay, we're getting to the interesting part.
I don't know a lot about Datomic, but that's kind of what I have in my mind as the example of this. And again, the good thing is that language usage probably correlates with number of clients for the hosting. But the downside is the Jeff problem. So the issue is that it's Jeff Bezos. He's out there. He's looking for you. So we've got this open source definition where Google, they give this stuff away to Microsoft, that works. And then we have this other thing where, like, you have to do the development costs, you have to do the cost of business, and they do the cost of developing the business too. But they're Amazon. So they say, oh, you want to do hosting? That's cool. Like, we'll just do it more and do it to more people and start to cannibalize our business. But, you know, I said to myself, well, there's one thing that Jeff can't do, and that's make a simple, easy-to-use interface.
Oh, yeah. Simple use interface, but no. Okay, we need. Let's skip ahead a little bit. Okay, this is it.
Donations, and I don't know of any examples of languages doing this. It might exist, but I don't know of it. And
it doesn't know about Zig.
It would correlate with language usage, but the downside is that your career is very strongly related to public perception. So it may be the case that your language is used by like hundreds of thousands, millions of people, but if you're not present in the minds of those people, like that's going to affect you, right? So now we have enough background to think about some of the design incentives here. So one of the decisions you have to make is, should I add this feature? Yes. And in the case you say yes, you're probably going to have less conflict. It's going to be more pleasant interactions. And in the case of no, you're going to have less complexity, that's good too. I mean, they're both kind of nice. But in different environments, you're going to get different incentives to go one way or the other.
Okay,
so
this is
the
the core point.
Alliance, maybe some company wants this wild JavaScript feature. They say it's not. I don't like
So let me see. Also, why do I have crappy quality? I don't get it.
accessing the
Yeah.
field X. I want that to have side effects. So, and you say, okay, but why mess with the alliance? You know, like the point of this is we're trying to take over the world. We're trying to have the biggest marketplace in the world and the most commerce going through it. So they need that for their business. And yeah, let's just add it. And if people don't like it, they cannot use it. They can put it in their style guides. They can put it in their linter. We don't care. Like what we want is the marketplace to be as big as possible. So with a research,
Okay, yeah. So this is the point that I wanted to repeat from the talk. So what he was doing was, the idea is, if your funding model is too corporate, and you're a 501c6, for example, and you have a lot of companies sitting in your board, at some point you have this risk that, well, there's a design idea and somebody wants to add a feature to the language because they say that they need it for their business. It helps them get more business. And if your thing is designed to, give the most business to all the people, to all the companies in your consortium, basically, in your trades association, then there is no reason to say no, because everybody, whoever does not want that feature, they can turn it off. Like, you give them a way of turning it off. And so why say no? Only say yes. And I feel like that if you look at it this way, you get Java, you get C++.
I can see one benefit of this if you have a reasonably small community and a large business is using your product, then your large business kind of represents a large user base. So you can use it as a data point to know what features we need. But at the same time, I don't think that really holds water in the long run. So I think it's kind of it's probably ideal not to do that, right? But saying that, if someone said they give you 40,000 euros if you add some feature to Zine, right?
Oh.
Would you be like, no, I don't care about money, or would you be like, yeah, all right, then let's go? What would your take be?
I guess it depends on the feature. But if the assumption is that I would not add it if somebody were not willing to give me 40,000 euros or dollars or whatever, I would probably be too dumb to say yes. So I would probably take the principle, I would be principled and say, no, shove that money, somewhere.
And that's how Christoph made the Church of Italy cry. Shove it, Jesus! And then that's how it went. No, okay, but that's a solid take, right? I think it's good to have that mindset. I don't have enough users to need to worry about my integrity. I can afford to have the integrity, but I do think if someone were to offer a large amount of money for some kind of feature request, I wouldn't necessarily dismiss it as quickly. I would kind of think, can I use this money to progress the development of the product? Because I think that's a very common conversation that you have, right? We can justify a lot of things, right? Which is why I live in a country I don't want to live in and have a bunny as a pet, which I didn't want. And there's a lot of ways we can justify things, right? So I think it's kind of it's interesting, but it's good to know that Zig already has something planned for this on account of this is going to happen, right? I think most languages follow the same footsteps, right? Go on, sorry.
I think that in any case, to your point, it's more nuanced than this. Like you can if you ask a clear-cut question, like, would you compromise your design for money? The answer probably from a lot of people will be no. But then the reality is that it's never that way. Usually what it is that you have somebody who wants maybe to prioritize something that you already have on the roadmap, or in reality, you even have, in a sense, something like this, even without the money. For example, I can tell you like a super small scale example with my static site generator. At some point, somebody said, offered to propose a feature where they said, let's, you know what, I'll pull it up so that we can like literally look at the whole thing. I think it was an issue that I closed. Let's see, whoops.
The top issue said add support for OpenBSD.
Yeah. Somebody
Well,
wants
there you
OpenBSD
go.
support because there's a file watcher that rebuilds the website every time you save, and I have it implemented for Linux, macOS, and Windows. But there's like an else branch that says, "Look, I don't know. This is a platform that I haven't implemented with." Could be that actually the macOS implementation could work one-to-one. I think probably not, but it might be. But it hasn't been tested. I've never run OpenBSD in my life, so I don't know. But yeah. So this was the issue. Somebody suggested this. It would be interesting if we could have the static site generator like automatically put inside the generated HTML width and height of images that are embedded in that are referenced in markdown files. The idea being this: if you have if your website has hard-coded in the HTML the size of an image, then the browser will not need to recompute, like it will not need to resize things once the image is loaded. Because if the browser only discovers what the image looks like after it downloads it, then you will have necessarily to have like a second phase where, stuff moves around. Like there's a first paint and then there's going to be a second paint where stuff moves around depending on the actual size of those images. So if you hard code this stuff in the HTML and you are coded correctly, then basically there will be like an empty space for the image, and the image will load perfectly in there without needing to recompute anything. And that is something that does make a difference in the perceived speed of loading a web page. So you can imagine like you have a gallery full of images, all the same size. So if you code this nicely, that it's a better user experience. So they suggested to use a library like Woofs, which is a Google project, I believe. So, okay, this is another example of their project, but like Woofs is a Google library to basically open a variety of image file formats and do so in a somewhat defensive way, like avoiding. Basically, they assume that the image might have been created adversarially, basically, which is kind of like what you want whenever you're using web technologies. And so they suggested this, and so we had a discussion, and then they made a PR, and I merged it. And so this has added, so there was no money involved, but this has added a pretty chunky dependency on this Woofs thing, which if we go check it out in turn, this is in all your code base because this is a wrapper that this is a repo that only implements a build script for it, because Woofs is a C++ library made by Google. So if you go to the upstream project, it's this bad boy filled to the brim with C, apparently some Go and some C++. I guess the point is here you had one contributor, one user who was willing to become a contributor for the purpose of implementing one feature that does have a big dependency and kind of steers the project down one specific path. I ended up saying yes. But this is another, you get basically pressure to steer your design towards weird directions also from your users.
Users are the worst, man. I think they're all terrible and we don't need them. They want things, they get angry when things don't work. As a user myself, I think it's kind of it is like you build something, you make it open source, and you want this thing to thrive, right? So there's a little bit of a strange mentality. So for those of you who build open source software, or you're new to open source software, and you're building something, and you go like, "This is my thing. I'm gonna build this thing, and I'm gonna become famous on the internet for building this thing that no one cares about," right? And you build a tool library that no one needed. And what kind of happens is that people want their name on something. But I think that's inherently bad for the longevity of your project. First of all, if more people are involved and have the name on it, you can sort of use these people as meat shields. Now you can't, but they sort of, first of all, the product looks better. There are more people to take over in case anything happens. the whole bus factor and everything. And people are going to be more likely to want to contribute if there's actually sort of movement happening there. At the same time, you do need to have some guidance. You need to have some guidance when you accept pull requests. As a matter of fact, for my own project, I have said for people's own sanity, don't submit pull requests, because I'm basically breaking this down every week and then building it together so if you go and look inside,
you
if
have
you
no
go to
issues.
branches. No, I took the issues, because you know what I found out? When you enable issues, people will tell you how wrong your software is, and they will find bugs in it. And I don't want that.
Oh yeah.
No, if you go and look at my branches, you're gonna see something that we can only qualify as a work of art. And I like to think
Your
that
branches?
I am better than your average programmer. So if you go to the feature state naming, okay?
Oh, I see.
I'm gonna so if you click on that, I'm going to teach you guys how to write good commit messages now, because people do spend a lot of time reading commit. If you look at the commit messages there, this is how you do commit messages, right?
Yeah.
This is exactly how you do commit messages, right?
Yeah, because
So-
I'm guessing that you're planning to squish this whole thing, right? When you
Very much so. It's going to be one extremely large breaking change. And the people who are using this library today, I am personally going to help them upgrade. I've started one project already for another guy who's actually streaming. He used this to build something that is a Postman clone, which looks pretty cool. I don't have a link for that now in this project, but I will add some of that.
Nice.
But I went and used this new branch and see what broke. There were 530-ish errors that I had to sort of fix. But and that's only one compiler pass. I don't know. So does Zig do multiple compiler passes? There we go, Sergeant. There he is, right? He wrote
this one.
Yeah, if you click on that guy, you can see a project called Tome.
Oh, it's not this one. Tome. Tome.
Yeah, that's the one. See, this looks really nice. This is a Postman clone written in Rust with this thing, and it looks really, really nice. Of course, since I broke this, I'm gonna help him fix this, and I didn't know how much code we were talking. It was quite a lot.
That's a very nice project, because I was looking for Postman alternatives lately, and every single one of them, just like Postman, they start they're good, then they get acquired and they become crappy. Have you used Insomnia?
No.
Insomnia, it was my favorite one after Postman. But it went had the exact same fate. It ended up being acquired by Kong, I think, and now it is what it is. Right now, I did try Bruno, but the one that I have on my computer still is now Yak. I have Yak.
Okay. Oh yeah, I remember seeing this when you were working on messing around with the YouTube thing there.
It looks decent, but you know what? I don't trust those GUI ones, because I know they're always gonna go down that path. I trust a TUI one to stay more faithful to its roots.
Yeah, I'm gonna help him convert this thing into the latest version. I'm very close to releasing. I just need to add some optimizations, and this kind of comes back to the same thing. I make an optimization happen, and then I think we can do more optimizations, and then I end up rewriting everything again. It's the curse, right? But at this point, we're very close. I would say, as a learning experience from this, anything that does like dynamic stuff at runtime, like you're running this kind of custom template language with hot reloading and everything. And oh my God, what a pain. I understand why people don't do this now. It's slow, it's painful. You have to do everything at runtime. It's just dynamic dispatch the language. It's basically what I got. It is a lot going on, right? All right. So yeah, we were talking about the economics of open source software as well, right? And I don't know. I've seen a few talks about how you can sustain yourself writing and building open source software, but I feel like they all come down to the same thing. It's kind of like you do donations and like get VC to invest or whatever like that. I don't think there is like a strong or at least interesting financial model for open source when it comes down to it, right?
Yeah, no, when it comes to generic projects, it's a complete mess because and you know what, let me answer this by going back to the topic that we basically opened this stream with, which is people commenting on everything that you do, right? My impression is that Evan in his talk kind of dismisses, in my opinion, donations a little bit too quickly, although I can see that I can understand him having this perspective given his experience with dealing with people in Elm. But in general, what I wanted to say is there is a good facet. There is a positive side to people commenting on everything that you do. There's obviously a negative side, a substantial one, but the fact that people care about what you're doing is the basis for making open source software sustainable through donations. If people did not care about what Zig is doing, then there would probably be no ZSF as it is today. Originally, I'll tell you this anecdote. When I'll tell you the origins of the ZSF from my perspective. So I was working at Redis Labs at the time, and I was working as a developer advocate there. That was my first time doing developer advocacy work. I've never done that before in my life. I was just a normal software developer, but I got hired by Redis Labs for that role after giving a talk at RedisConf 1 year and writing for them a blog post about probabilistic data structures like Bloom filters. So I was doing that work, and that's what got me to learn about Zig. And when basically Andrew started the Zig Software Foundation and offered me to join him as VP of Community, well, the title, we decided it together. So it wasn't like, join me as this title. And actually, the reality is that the VP of Community title is just so that I can put that in email signatures, and companies that interact with us are happy with my reply and don't feel like they need to escalate. But the idea was, the original idea that Andrew pitched me was, for example, you could write grant applications, and so we could basically try to fund this project through grants. That was his original idea, and in fact, when he first suggested that to me, I told him, I'm not sure I'm the right person for the job because I've never done this in my life. I've never written a single grant application, and so I actually assumed that he had other people in the community, in his network that would be better at this than me. So I originally said, I don't think I'm the right person for this job. But then after like the pandemic hit, developer advocacy became insane as a job. Nothing made sense anymore. And so after also realizing that no, he did not have that my assumption was wrong, that he did not have like a ton of people that he felt he could offer the position to, I accepted. But in reality, we never got a single grant. I applied to some in the end, but we never got any single one of them. In reality, for us, what ended up working was just talking about what we were doing, making sure to put a spotlight on interesting things going on in the ecosystem, packaging that in a way that can get on Hacker News. Although the point is not to maximize, I'm writing these specifically for Hacker News. No, the point is you make it accessible enough, and things that you make accessible enough do land on Hacker News if they're both accessible and interesting enough. Yeah. And so our main source of donations became the general public. So like those startups that I mentioned earlier, they've come now that the language is becoming like a big thing, but obviously this wasn't the case before, especially when I joined. And so originally it was entirely individuals donating to Zig. I myself, before joining the foundation, was a donor to Zig. I was donating to Andrew directly, which is funny because that was the first time in my life ever donating. Have you ever donated to an open source project, Toggle?
I have to say yes now. Otherwise, I'm going to look like a real shitbag if I don't say it.
No.
But yes, I have donated to open source projects.
You're definitely
and to Red Cross and Doctors Without Borders. Okay, get off my back. I've done my chair.
You're definitely a better person than me. Before Zig, I had never ever donated to any open source project in my life. I'm what's the word? Apathic? Is that a word in English? Apathetic? How do you guys spell it? Maybe there's no H in there. Oh, I was right. It is apathetic. That's a bad way of transporting this word to the English language, but I let it slide for this time. So I think that apathic would have been a much better way of porting it. In any case, yeah, it's like I was kind of apathetic when it came to interfacing with those projects in the past, and I think that most people are like this. But at the same time, if you make a compelling enough point, you can move them enough to make them donate, and that's like literally half our income in the Zig Software Foundation.
I think it adds another layer on top of that as well, which maybe people don't think about this. But even if you just donate something like $5 to a project, now if you look at it from the perspective of here's a person doing a bunch of work, if I give them $5 or not, it's not going to make a difference to them. But that's looking at it from the wrong perspective, because when you're donating something like $5 to the Zig Foundation or whatever it is, you're not giving someone $5 because this is like your salary. You're also telling people that what they're doing is worth investing in, and the money that will buy you a cup of coffee is not really what's worth it as much as the feeling you get where someone goes, wow, I think that what you're doing is good enough to give you some money for it. And that feeling will really help and motivate people. So you're not really donating for the sake of a salary. You're donating to show that you really believe in what they're doing and show your support, basically.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Arcomath is has put that in a good way in chat. At the end of the day, what we are doing, I don't know if it is necessarily universally correct to say that open source software is creator economy, but if your project wants to live off of donations, it needs to exist in the creator economy, like cinematic universe. You are doing creator economy, and so now you have to play by those rules. With the good and bad that comes from that. In our case, it has been overall a pretty good experience.
I think it is definitely a difference, right? I don't think that you are going to succeed, and this might be a bit of a grim perspective, but I don't think you're going to succeed in making open source software if you're not doing this in the open, right? So even if you create something incredibly amazing and it's a new programming language, it's a new web browser, whatever it is, it's amazing. You're making this thing. You've written a couple of posts on Reddit about it. Maybe no one's going to remember this thing. No one's going to pay attention to it. But if you're constantly in people's faces with this, we're doing this thing. We're constantly working on it. We're constantly reminding you that we exist. And I think that's kind of what you have to do if you're gonna succeed. And I think that kind of gels with what you call the creator space, right? It is constantly out there. You're gonna do it either through a series of blog posts or on Twitch or whatever. And the more complex thing that you're building, the more niche and smaller the audience is gonna be, right? It's kind of looking at if you're looking at some streaming content and you do trying Kotlin for the first time because my chat hates me, that's going to get you some views. But if you go implementing a niche algorithm in a language while not talking to chat, it's going to get you 0 views because it's like people are not going to relate. They're not going to understand your project. It's too complicated. So the easier the stuff is that you're doing, the more approachable it is for people as well. But of course, with a programming language, you can't you can't reach the general public because your average programmer is not a language developer, but they are users of the programming language, and that's what you want to get there, right? Christoph's chat is responsible for me trying Zig. I tried. I don't know. When did you start streaming, Christoph? When was your?
I've been a small streamer for a long time now.
I remember the person who was actually. I was talking about Zig in my in one of my streams, and I said. Let's see. What did I say?
Did my profile say when I signed up for Twitch?
You're gonna have to go into a space that you don't want to show on stream for that. You have to look at like your history. What you can do, hang on, I can send you a link to something here that you can look at metrics.
But I think I can answer that I started doing live streaming, like live coding, near the end of my tenure at Writers Labs. So that was a bit before the pandemic. Not that long before the pandemic, kind of when the pandemic started. Okay, this is something that I can show on stream.
Yep, this is a sort of like a streamer metrics. So if you look at that, you can go back in time and you can see kind of when your first-ish stream was. But you can also look at other streamers, and that can be quite depressing. So don't do that. But look at your own, and you can change the scale and see when roughly your first stream was in all of this. So there you go. You can see your average viewers. I think most people's stream looks a little bit like that. You did quite all right there, I see. You certainly did better than I did in the beginning. I think I had like an average 2 viewers in my sort of first days of streaming.
I suspect that this initial group is probably me streaming Apex Legends. So let's ignore that group.
So who wants to see Christoph own it in Apex Legends, right? Should we do an Apex? I don't know Apex Legends, right? I don't know anything about that. Well, see, I don't know if I had talked to you at that point when I tried Zig, but I remember it was back in 2020 maybe? Or around there when I tried. It was 0.7, and I remember the person who was very involved in helping was someone named Dawnimator. Now I remember the name. I don't know if that person is still active in the SIG community.
Not as much, but I know Dawnimator, yeah.
You know the person I speak of. Yeah, I think they were very, very helpful. And this comes back a little bit to the post that I was reading on stream. The person who done some stuff with SIG, and they mentioned like the good and the bad of SIG. And Christoph came in just as we were going through the bad of SIG. So it was more like, oh, another SIG hatred stream. Wonderful. But no, it was nothing like that. But one of the complaints that was written in the article, which I felt was a little bit unfounded. And now, let me prefix this with I entirely appreciate the irony of me starting the stream by saying that you have to justify everything you do online, and now I'm going to talk about another person writing something and how they have to justify it to me. All right, not really like that, but I think it's kind of the one of the complaints was the elitist culture or the skill issue culture, and I have never experienced that with the SIG community. I have never felt like anyone has been particularly dismissive of me or mean to me. I never experienced it in the Rust community. I never experienced it in the SIG community that someone has been dismissive of me because I didn't know something. Or, I mean, you can poke fun at people, right? That's okay. I appreciate that. But no one was really mean about it. No one sort of went like, well, maybe you shouldn't no one left me a Linus Torvalds comment that maybe you should never been a programmer in the first place, right? So I felt like that was a bit unjustified when it comes down to that article, and I do feel like it's a little bit it's a bit of a polarizing from my own experience. And I was reading that and I thought, I mean, I don't know what it's like now. Maybe you guys are super mean to beginners, right? You just round them up back and make fun of them. I don't know that, but it was not like that when I was getting started with it, right? I don't think you do, but it wasn't like that. Everyone was just super helpful. I was basically programming SIG with no documentation because on 0.7, I don't even know what documentation you had back then. There was certainly not more than like Hello World and a little bit of this and that, right? And it was lots of people were just helping explaining things to me.
Yeah, I think at the time we didn't have like standard library auto-generated docs at all, because I started the first iteration after a while. Now we are like the second generation of that, and there was I think only the language reference pretty much, and examples and outdated examples on the internet. That was it.
So okay, here's what my entire community thinks I've decided for them, and it's this: we need more Zig literature. We need more Zig from the ground floor. You got Rust was so like captivating with the book, which by the way, full disclosure, I've contributed to the book even, but I have never read the book. I even own a copy of it. But and also my contribution was like a full stop or something. It's not noteworthy, right? But I think I really want to see some Zig literature that is, or is it too early to target that level of user, the person who is kind of want to go from Python to Zig, right?
Yeah.
How do you capture that audience? Zig bookwenses, Enrico.
You know, I think there's an interesting aspect here, like a cultural one. On one end, so the thing that you described about people not being too, I don't know, annoying and neckbeardy and like being elitist about things, I would say that is definitely one defining characteristic of the Zig community culture. And I've experienced this myself as a user before joining the ZSF. So the reason why I was interested in Zig is because at the time I needed to show people how to write Redis modules. So how to extend Redis with new data types. And doing that in Redis requires you to generate a dynamic library. So a DLL /so/dilib file, depending on the platform that you're on. And so I tried doing that originally in C. Actually, that's something that I did for my job before joining Redis Labs. The first thing that I wrote was this. What was it called? Cook Zig? No, just Cook Redis dash cuckoo filter. Oh man, I don't even remember my own repositories. Okay, I have Zig cuckoo filter and Redis cuckoo filter. So this is the repository that had the original implementation of the cuckoo filter data structure. Again, it's like an alternative to Bloom filters. And I had implemented it originally in C, which has now been moved to the C-obsolete branch. And so I had the experience of writing this in C, and I just want to bring up one part of what I wrote. Like I wasn't an experienced C developer when I wrote this, but like I basically wanted to have different implementations based on file size. So like fingerprint size, like so the size of a thing that could be 8 bytes, 8 bits, 16 bits, or 32 bits. And so I wanted to use macros to generate them because C doesn't have generics. And so what I ended up is writing this, like what follows is a macro nightmare. So this was my experience with C. And so I discovered Zig after that, and all the annoying things that were driving me insane with the Zig version, I was happy to see that they were better in Zig. And in general, the Zig community helped me learn other things that I didn't know about at the time, like alignment, other things related to memory that they also exist in C. It's just that they are like not written explicitly anywhere. So it's one of those things that you just have to know, period. So yeah, that's a defining characteristic. Another defining characteristic of the Zig community, at least in its in its current incarnation, I'm sure that things will change going forward in the future. But another thing that Zig has, which I think is good, is that it's kind of irreverent. So since Zig is changing the rules of a lot of things that were kind of set in stone in the past, there's not a lot of appreciation for books in the Zig community, in the sense that, let me put it this way. Obviously, a book can be a good resource, but a book can also, I think a naive way of thinking about books is that you read a book and the book will contain everything that you need to learn about a given topic. But that is never going to be the case. No one book can really be this for anything. So especially for something that is like always in motion and like still heavily work in progress like Zig, this is definitely not true, and this is not just a matter of like, oh, the syntax will change. No, it's not just that. It's also that occasionally, as the language progresses, there will be there are things that you learn that get discovered by the community that then become the new idiomatic way of doing things. So, for example, for a very long time, let me switch back to the Zig implementation of this. This is now it's still old. It's still super old because I haven't touched it in ages. But this used to be the standard in the past. In the past, we used to use self and call the self argument self. But at a point in time, the styling changed, and everybody came to most people writing Zig, starting from Andrew to people doing notable things in Zig, everybody started thinking that self is not a good idea anymore, and now it's better to replace self with a short name that describes more explicitly what the parent, what the self struct is. So in my case, if I were to rewrite this in like with my more modern knowledge of Zig, I would change this from self to CF for cuckoo filter. So I would change the naming of the self parameter. And now this is a minor thing. There are also bigger things that have changed over time in the language. So if you read a book, in my opinion, what you want to get from the book is not just a conveniently formatted version of the language reference. You would want to learn also more high-level stuff, and the book can give you some of that, but it's always going to be a hard limit. So the book, it can be a learning material, but it's always going to be you cannot consider it like it's a mistake to consider it the major learning material that you need to learn, and then now you learned it and now you're good. You're not good. Absolutely not with Zig, at least.
No, I get that. So it's more about the maturity at this time, though. So looking at what I'm a Joe says right now that write about a book is way easier to read on trains on the beach. But first of all, you shouldn't be outside or on the beach if you're a programmer, okay? Because we might catch fire. But I agree with you. That books, I like books. I like dead trees. I like to sit somewhere, read, and then type on my laptop or whatever. And the thing I specifically like about books is that you cannot copy and paste, and it's almost like it's like people have lost the understanding. That's a very generalizing comment here, but it seems to be a lot of this has been lost on people that by copy and pasting you are learning nothing. And I think that's really something you can't do with an actual book. But so I can see the point of waiting with a book until you reach 1.0.
Well, some people are trying. Yeah, some people are trying. Sorry, let me bring. You can finish while I bring one example up.
Yeah, so I think making notes is another good thing. As a matter of fact, I even have notebooks here which has nothing written in them because I don't have any books on Zig. There you go, hint, hint. But I think it's kind of it's okay. There you go, Introduction to Zig, right? A project-based book.
Yeah, somebody tried, but beware. So I would. So you know what? Let's start. Wait. Let's start from the funnier example. So we will go back to this book. Let's start from books that have been written earlier than this one about Zig. Care to guess, Toggle, where I'm going to go search for other Zig books that have been written before this one?
Oh, I'm gonna hope you're not gonna say Pact, though, right?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a conversation.
With a K?
Pact Publishing. Does anyone in the chat read books by Pact Publishing? And what's your experience so far?
Is that the same people that make these bags, or somebody else?
No, it would be Pact Publishing, and they are. They are incredibly. I mean, you can search for Zig. There might even be a Zig book in there, right?
Let's go.
There are, or maybe not.
No,
but they basically have almost zero quality control. So the books all contains they contain typos and all kinds of things. I mean, I feel like this is a step to the side from self-publishing. It's not a step up or down. It's just straight to the side. Right?
Let me say this. You poor naive souls. You, Toggle, and also people in chat who were worried we were about to go on Pact. We're going to go something much deeper into like the iceberg of bad stuff. We're going to Amazon.com
Now I'm really interested.
and we're going to search for Zig programming.
There it is, the introduction to Zig.
Yeah, introduction to Zig is here, but we had a few more that came before it. Zig programming for beginners, Zig programming made easy, Zig programming for developers, Zig by example, networking with Zig.
Oh, networking by Zig. That one is free as well.
Networking with Zig programming language, bare metal programming with Zig, Zig for systems programming, Zig programming mastery.
There's a lot of books on Zig here, I see. I'm waiting for this to go somewhere now.
I'm going to pick one.
Can we see when this was published as well?
Good question. Where do you see this stuff? Man, of course, this stupid marketplace doesn't let you see this thing. October 24. Where do you see this? Am I blind?
I don't see it either. But
I'm searching for
also
October.
blind.
Oh, publication date. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, there. Okay. So it's not that long ago.
Oh my god, these are the
Right.
recent ones. No, you're right. Let's go find one of the OGs. Yeah. Let's go. Maybe I can sort them by publication date. Can I do that? Newest arrivals, but backwards. It won't allow me to do this, will it?
No descending order here.
But they can prevent me from scrolling, I guess. So, Mastering Zig Programming by good old Jeffrey Owens. By the way, good old Jeffrey Owens have written a bunch of those. You know what? I mean, it's not the worst, but it has a
1 star there.
right. It has a 5-star rating. So
Very sketchy with
Yeah.
that 5-star rating as well.
where's the preview though? Oh no, they're not allowing me to see the preview anymore.
They're on to you. They know at
They
this
know.
point.
Oh no, let's see another one. Corby Allen. That's another fan favorite of mine. Let's take a look at this book. If it can load. Come on. It's so bad Amazon can't even load it. Okay, let me try again. Clearly some JavaScript pooped itself.
Getting started with Zig. Here
Let
we
me
go.
also zoom out so that it's easier to see. This is what like code blocks look like.
Oh, that is just straight up beautiful.
Delightful. And also here's a funny interaction that we had on the Zig forums. So long story short, yes, there is a ocean of maybe even worse than AI generated books on Zig. And you have no idea how bad it gets. So let's see. There's this thing is delightful. I really want to show this. If I can find it. Error. What about book? Not found book. Oh man. Okay, I need to search for comments that I've made. Because I replied to that thread. That was so funny.
So while that's happening, I'm curious where Zig is going to be when it comes to 1.0. I've seen some posts here and there about Zig having a roadmap. Is that still current? Is the roadmap?
We
still a
haven't
thing?
updated the roadmap to the latest version, I guess. I think the plan is to release the new roadmap after 0.14 is out. But I guess in our case, the roadmap is going to be pretty much making incremental compilation work. Did you watch the stream with MLag? Did you ever see me rebuild the compiler?
I saw it was either you or MLug was doing something. I was watching 2 streams at the same time, I must confess, so I missed some detail.
So what you see in there, you know what? So I had a virtual machine. Okay, one step back. Incremental compilation right now only works for x86 64 Linux, and I don't have that. I have an ARM machine. I have Linux on this Mac, but that's ARM Linux, not x86 64. So I had a virtual machine on DigitalOcean that I destroyed by now, so I can't demo this live. But I will show you a brief snippet of the stream, maybe, where you can see incremental in action. It rebuilds. So rebuilding the entire Zig compiler with LLVM in debug mode takes, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes. A incremental rebuild of the compiler takes, with our custom backends and incremental compilation, takes between 1 and 2 seconds.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. And so in that stream, and we're going to do this again, like when MLog becomes available again, we're going to do other streams, and you will see what a game changer is incremental compilation. I'll pull it up in a moment. Okay, so let's go through the stack of stuff to see, because it's going to be so funny. So there's this thread from this person who also happens to have an AI generated avatar, but I'm sure this is not going to have any bearing on the discussion we're going to have after, where also the thread has been locked. That's another foreshadowing.
That's a good sign.
So I'm getting some weird errors while following an example from Zig Programming Mastery book, which is the one that we showed in the beginning. It's just that it didn't have a preview that we could see. And so thankfully, Narven is giving us a preview. Let me tell you, this is not Zig in the least.
The const thing there looks a little bit sus, right? You can't. When I first saw this, when you were talking, I was thinking, like, did the Zig have some kind of like JavaScript-like function definition that I didn't know about? That's just fabricate.
Yeah,
okay.
there was a proposal for it, but it wasn't accepted. So at a point in time, this could have become Zig, but it never was. Also, there's a comp time keyword here that makes no sense. Because you're making comp time a function definition, but like in a sense, function definitions are already comp time. You do not define new functions at runtime, so I don't know. And then you get inside, and so this part, fine. And then there's a for loop, but that's not a Zig for loop. That's a C for loop.
That's right. You need to have the double pipes, right, for the capturing the value.
Yeah, you need to have the capture, and also for in Zig, it doesn't have the increment step, and it doesn't have the variable declaration step. So it would only be able to have this. So it's so weird. And then this person shows that nothing works. And I'm not saying what I'm doing wrong. It's like, you're doing everything wrong, man. And so this brings us to the Zig Mastery book. Let's see if this is this is another
it's got 1 star, the poor book.
Yeah. Oh no,
hang on.
Oh, this one
is
the
that review saying?
Oh, we have the resample. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, okay, but after that we have to go back to the review, right?
Yeah. Okay, so this is another one. It's the same thing, again. Although if you can see, it's not the same. It's so close, but it's not the same, because this snippet here, it's not italic as it was in the same thing. Well, it wasn't the same font as it was in the other one. Let's see the review. This book has definitely been written by an AI. First, the author Corby Allen is absolute nobody you won't be able to find anywhere in the vast expanse of the web. An author with professional experience on the matter would definitely exist somewhere. His bio also has the flair of an AI production. The book pagination is terrible. Code snippets are completely illegible. There's no GitHub repository for the code snippets in the book, something a human author would have 100% provided. No human would ever consider the quality of this book as acceptable.
Oh, that's wonderful. So does this book have a publisher, though?
No, I can tell you, it's self-published using Amazon's what's it called, Kindle something, self-publishing basically.
Oh, that's crazy. Should definitely report this thing.
Independently
right?
Published.
In June 2024 as well. It's not even that old. Oh, that's and ironically, their avatar is a robot, so
Yeah.
they're not even hiding it. So, like,
I
wow.
think I might be wrong, but I think that what's happening is that they keep updating it as a way of gaming the system also.
Oh, that's so nasty. I mean, that is such a money grab. I mean, okay, now this looks like it's free, which makes it even more particular. Why would you do this for no financial gain and for
No,
no
no.
educational
What do
gain?
you mean? They're
There's no
selling the
reason.
book. They're selling the book.
Isn't it free?
Maybe this one by now, yes, apparently. Oh no, if you have Kindle Unlimited, you have.
Oh, otherwise £7 to buy that. That's
Yeah.
insane. Passive income TikTok version. Yeah, I mean that is just so. Oh, that is so
How is
bad.
how is this for a description of it? So imagine that this book has been written by a bot, right? So a literal robot, like the one in the picture. So this is description. This is the description of that robot. Fueled by a relentless thirst for knowledge and innovation, Corby Allen has spent years carving his path through the ever-evolving frontiers of machine learning and large language models.
I mean, it's not wrong, right? His entire existence is that collaborating with leading teams in the field. I'd like to know what leading teams these were, right? Does the book cite any sources? That's interesting.
Which book? Because he has plenty. It has
Oh my
plenty.
goodness me. I never heard of Jax.
Pair programming.
Pair
with
program with LLMs. Do you think this is Amazon? It's like this is AW. This is Jeff Bezos himself doing this. Man.
Oh, so if you don't know about this, then Toggle. This is another deep rabbit hole of the internet that you might be interested in. There's this YouTube channel.
I live such a sheltered life, you know.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel guilty for introducing you to all this bad stuff. So, I don't know if you've ever seen anything by Folding Ideas, but there is a video. So, Folding Ideas has a delightful video on NFTs and crypto. 60 million views, totally deserved. This is in my opinion, a very, very lucid video on. Sorry, I should scroll it up a little bit more. A very lucid video on the crypto stuff from the perspective of somebody who is not a software developer. So he has technical knowledge, but he is not a software developer. He does most of this channel is about video making and writing stories. So that one is pretty nice. He has plenty of interesting videos, but the one that is definitely on topic for us is this one, Contemporneurs, the Mickelson Twins. This video goes through a scam that these people were making on Amazon back when it was still profitable, that then they stopped doing and are now selling. You know those things where they tell you to buy my course on how to make a passive
it's like
income.
The real world with Andrew Tate, man.
Yeah. So basically they're selling this course where you have to pay, and in their course they teach you how to get books published on Amazon, on Amazon, where you haven't done without you having to write a single thing. Basically, long story short, they tell you to research, user behavior, basically which topics are like hot in a given moment. Go find another website that is a gig platform for ghostwriters. Pay a ghostwriter to write the book for you, and then pay a voice actor to read the book for you to create a audiobook version, and then pump everything on the marketplace to get passive income. The reality is that this probably used to work in the beginnings of Amazon, but nowadays these things don't work anymore. And so they basically, you have these ocean of like dead garbage that gets published on the Kindle marketplace.
So in essence, I mean, I kind of get it, right? When it comes to books, like I mentioned, I really like books, and one of the things, I mean, there's a few reputable publishers like O'Reilly, A Press, Rocks, whatever. There's like No Starch Press. These are decent publishers, and you buy these books and you kind of know what you're getting. When it's self-published, then you don't really know. But see, it's a pretty smart thing to do because I know how many people are interested in books on programming languages, especially new programming languages, because they, like me, they enjoy learning from books. So you think that this Narvan person is just some arbitrary lunatic, or who is this person?
The answer is I have no idea, because you can never know for sure. You can assume things, but like let me read some of the quotes because I do think they are interesting. Thanks for the replies. Maybe it's an AI book. Maybe that's the big difference. ... It's been over 10 years since I've managed to read non-stop pages after pages on a PDF/ebook about programming without getting annoyed or frustrated. 99% of books make me stop reading after 2 sentences. It's a book that is straight to the point and teaches without bullshit in the middle.
Without bullshit.
AI 1, humans 0.
I mean, oh my god. Okay, well, I obviously lack context of what was said above, but this just makes no sense.
Yeah, basically,
this
people
is
are
crazy.
saying so. There was no other post from the author. The author just said, "Why does this code not compile?" And it's like the answer is that this is not Zig code, man. But then all that other people did was point out that the book was totally AI garbage. Actually, we don't even know if it's AI garbage. We know that it's garbage. It might even be a lower grade of garbage where there isn't even like the AI level of LARPing. There's nothing there. So here JMC says, ask for a refund. While we're on the topic, this is how for loops actually look like. And so the original poster then basically says, replies to these comments, also saying, I would never ask for a refund on a book that actually makes me read and do stuff. I would prefer to get a refund on almost all the ones that I got over the last 10 years. If it was a mistake or several, most of them have even on a second or third edition.
ChatGPT, is that you? Lucas Santos, good comment. I think, I mean, that this really is written by a human based on the terrible punctuation that's in there as well. So I think that person is a human, but yeah, no, that is weird. Why would you? I mean, it's a blatant lie. There's not a shadow of a doubt that this person who's posting that, either they are delusional or they haven't actually read anything, right? Or they're trying to do SEO. But it could be that, but no one's gonna buy the book who finds that. I mean, you can literally spend like 5 minutes with the language and you realize that doesn't work, right? There's no, I mean, there's like a level of insanity to it if that's like a legit person trying to argue that the book is good, right?
I don't know. Well, I would say we cannot expect perfectly rational behavior for somebody that does this, because if they knew how to do business well, they wouldn't be pumping out shitty AI books. So who knows? It might be in part of the things that they do. But also at the same time, I would say you cannot know for certain. Out there is somebody who might genuinely buy that book and genuinely say, you know what, this is good enough for me. It's weird. I would say no well-functioning human being would ever come to that conclusion, but we all have varying degrees of malfunction in ourselves, and somebody's specific malfunction might make them consider a book okay.
It has to be like a detachment from physical reality on account of you're given incorrect information that doesn't work, and you're trying to argue for the incorrectness of this. You're like, here's something that doesn't work, but this is still the best thing ever. It's like it's like eating a rotten sandwich and going like, this is the best sandwich ever, but there's a problem with the sandwich.
Wait a second. Togo. Stop here for a moment. Isn't this coming from somebody? Don't you guys have the rotten fish?
No.
cans.
So it's my history is a little bit murky. What my origin?
I see. Let me
Because I
put
lived
you
in
on
several
the
different
screen.
places. It's all right. It's all right, man. I've lived in Scandinavia in part of my life. I
Oh,
lived
sorry.
in
I assumed that
UK. I've lived in.
like lived in Sweden. Do you?
I
did
do not
get-
live in Sweden, right?
Oh my
And
god, I got
people
that
are asking
completely
me if I
wrong.
am Norwegian, and I am not Norwegian. But I get that, and I also have my
Oh.
weird accent as well. It's all good, though, right? But right now, I have actually met some of my viewers outside, and they have been very surprised. But I think that's kind of part of the fun as well,
Wait,
right?
let me. Now that you're mentioning it, wait a second. I'm looking at the building next to mine. There's a long-haired guy with headphones on. Oh my god, Toggle!
I have not lived in Italy yet, but it's definitely something that I was interested in because Italy, you have a lot less issue with the language barrier, like you do in say Spain. Portugal is also interesting because again, you have there's a large English speaking community, whereas in Spain, in rural Spain, it's like nothing. You don't speak Spanish, you don't eat. It's basically it's like that. It lives in Romford. No one lives in Romford. If I lived in Romford, my shit would have been stolen years ago, mate. I don't live in Romford, right? For those of you who don't know, Romford is probably one of like the least interesting places to. You go live there if you want to get stabbed, basically, right? It's like sorry if you guys live in Romford, but no. Come to Portugal. Oh, Portugal is cool, man. I like Portugal. Right? Portugal, and I've spent a lot of time in the Basque Country as well, down in Vitoria-Gasteiz and Bilbao and that area as well, right? So yeah, no, I've been around a lot. My accent is very sort of mongrel-like, and it's very influenced by the people I speak to a lot on a daily basis, which is some strange reason people have asked me from Australian, but I have never put 1, 2, or 3 shrimps on a barbie. So no, never. But no. But I understand why you would make that assumption or draw that conclusion, right?
I'm sorry. Okay. So you do come from Norway, though. Originally, you said
No, I don't come
you
from
were
Norway.
joking
No,
also
no.
that too. God damn it.
So the thing I know, right? And then Toyfus has come to Poland and I say, "Ni dobre pies to you." But anyway, what a definitely suggestion. We don't eat shrimp, we eat prawns. Sorry.
Well, so I guess then we can both together say you were talking about like eating a rotten sandwich when we both together say that out there's some people somewhere that do take rotten fish, put it in a sandwich, and have a good time, apparently.
That's a good analogy. There are some people out there who will eat the rotten fish. I will say that I have eaten rotten fish in Norway. They have it's not the same as the Swedes, but the Norwegians have a fish that is kind of fermented and they roll it up in bread and they drink lots of alcohol, which I understand why, because the fish is terrible. So there's all that. It's all good, but no, it is interesting. But so like back to the book thing, because I think that if we ask the general programming community who's a little bit interested in SIG and we said, what would you love to see? And we're not talking about the current disenfranchised C++ developers that wants to move on. We're talking about people who are coming from JavaScript or Python. Because one of the things that Rust did was make this very accessible, yet penalizing from the compiler's perspective. But you can write Rust. You can't do crazy things with threads without worrying about too many of these like data races and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And how would you capture a large audience of front-end developers and bring them into the SIG community if not with a book, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Here's how I look at it. So, well, for the sake of completeness, we are talking about let's talk about one non-scam book that has been written by a
non-scam.
Yeah,
SIG, we have one non-scam book, right?
Yeah, which is Introduction to SIG. So this has been written by Pedro Durante Faria, who is a community member.
Definitely from Peru, I think, maybe. Duarte Faria, that would be maybe like Peruvian or what's the other one? Not Argentina, the other one next to it or close there. I'm going to get killed for saying this wrong. But I recognize the name. Sorry, go on.
So this is like an actual like standard book on how to get started with Zig. Before that, we had Zig Guide, which is not sold to you as a book. Like it's not packaged as a book, but I mean, it is, it has the same structure. So like language basics, and then standard library, notable standard library things, and then build system working with C. So like you want to learn how do I or read a file, you go in here and it tells you how to read a file.
Go to array list so you can show us how to iterate over. Okay, sorry, I'm memeing now a little bit because this like we're gonna come back to this page. We'll come back to, but do keep talking. We'll come back to this page.
So we had that. So I guess you could say that now Pedro's book is like even more accessible than that, because it does spend more words also on explaining things, how to do things, and like pointers. Let me see. Where's pointers and optionals, for example. There's a section here where words are being spent, and I suspect more words than how many have been spent on this same topic in Zig Guide. But let's check this assumption. Structs, unions, blah, 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 com time, payload captures. Where's pointers? Oh, there we go. Pointers. Yeah, there's not a ton of words being spent on Zig Guide. So the other book teaches you more about this. So here's how and for the sake of completeness, there's also the book that I'm writing on, that Toggle went through the first chapter of, the first draft of the first chapter of. And that one is even different than this one. So David Sugar has something like a book on the Zig Discord in a project thread, and it's German. Oh, I see. So David Sugar has like a website with something like that.
Is it related to Alan Sugar?
Please tell me that it's not like everything literally in Discord and there's like a link to something outside of Discord.
It's like a long Discord thread.
Yeah.
Chapter 1. Das chapter. I don't know.
It's a PDF in the Discord. Oh, interesting. I guess that's very German to make a PDF and like not link it outside. And it's like you just have to know. So okay, jokes aside, here's how we think about it. Originally, Zig was something that you could only buy, as in like you could only be interested in using Zig if you were a C programmer. So only a subset or like a systems programmer. So only a subset of systems programmers would realistically be interested in Zig because of the level of progress that the project was in, the type of arguments
we're talking about the past now.
Yeah, we're talking about the past.
Where
yes.
we're going, yeah.
Yes. So in the past, Zig was like that, and like you could see that reflected also in the homepage. This is before my redesign of the website. But if we go into the Wayback Machine,
I love that website. That is so good. So good to prove bullshit as well. The company has posted.
So if we look at Ziglang in the past, let's go. Let's see what Andrew did at this point in time.
This is before the internet discovered dark mode.
Yeah. So this was the original website with almost nothing in it. Like, okay, some talking points, project status, links to development. What did these links send you to? Oh, okay, so they sent you to GitHub. So it had like it was a devlog basically, like interesting commits linked there. So hello world, hash map implementation, game that was made with it, like just proof that it was more than just a toy, but then like just code snippets basically. Let's go forward a little bit more. Let's go into maybe 2019. Let's see this one. Yeah, this was more the like intermediate version of it, where sponsor at the top, box for next sponsor, introduction, and it was this big comparison between Zig and C, where the only way you could like make sense of this for real would be if you were a C developer or like a systems programming developer, and you could see how Zig basically described itself as a something similar in some ways, but different in some other ways compared to those pre-existing systems programming languages. So then time went forward, and now we have the current iteration of the Zig website, which is not going to be the last one, but now it's different. Now you have more high-level talking points. You do have the customary code snippet, but then we immediately go into the community and the Zig Software Foundation. So we move away from the technical details relatively quickly. So I guess my point is that it is over time, this has become more and more accessible, not just because we were doing a bad job before and now we're doing a better job. It's because it would have made no sense to try and make it more accessible in the past. It would have been either wasted effort or even would have been misleading, because I do think that if you could mislead people into thinking that your thing is like super ready when it's not, if you word it the wrong way. So what I'm saying is that basically for me, this is basically the gradient, like the movement vector starts from the systems programming camp and moves towards other groups of people. So the web dev people, in my opinion, are still a little bit above what I would want to target. So for now, I think it makes sense to target, for example, people who have written Go. I think now Zig is at a good point for getting Go developers to try it out, assuming that those Go developers are interested in anything else that isn't just web services.
I was going to say, I think Go developers also the web dev.
Yeah,
and then this is when I'm gonna walk away before I even read what's coming out in chat now, right? So do you kind of predict that somewhere after 1.0 is when you sort of say we have a stable API, we can start approaching these things, right?
Yeah, that is indeed a good question. I would say probably no, because I think it's going to be a while before we hit 1.0. The language is going to stabilize before we hit 1.0. So we're not doing, so we don't have right now editions in the compiler. We don't have the machinery to support that. I don't know if we will have in the future, but chances are that it might never be the case, because if I understand correctly, Rust is able to have editions because it has crates as the, I believe you can change edition on a per crate basis, right?
You can. So you can have a crate written for the old compiler, and then the compiler will use the old compiler to compile that. It won't use the old compiler.
But you cannot go more granular than crate. Can you?
No.
Yeah.
No. So it's definitely down to the crate level.
Yeah. So in our case, our compiler model, our compilation model is, roughly speaking, oversimplifying a little bit, basically the same as compiling your project as one crate. So we don't have a unit where you can switch edition of the language over that is more granular. So we can't. It could be implemented in the future. So if this is something that is deemed desirable, obviously you just do the work to make it happen. But so far as I can tell, chances are that we're not going to have a system like that. And so, wait, where did I want to go with this? I guess what I wanted to go with is that we're not gonna be able to have a 1.0, but then keep adding new things and have breaking changes. But you put the breaking change in a new edition so that people can actually opt into it when it's time. We don't have the ability to do that. So in general, what's going to happen is that we are going to delay tagging 1.0 until we are like at a level of completeness that is much more complete than when Rust tagged 1.0. So from that perspective, I think that for a lot of people, including web dev people, it will make sense to try Zig before 1.0 because we're going to tag it very late.
Yeah, I think systems programming isn't really for systems programmers anymore. I think we're ending up with these mainstream programming languages. It used to be that systems programming was the mainstream, but it kind of isn't anymore. Yeah, but we're ending up with these languages that kind of are now a bit more mainstream. So let's hop up a little bit in chat to what Cal says. It says, I find the amount of people who seem to have a problem with how Zig manages strings, added S there, kind of head scratching. And I wonder what group these people belong to, because we talked a little bit about this when I was on my stream when I was going through their article, right?
Yeah.
And so the article mentioned that the SIG standard library doesn't have Unicode support, but then there was the UTF-8 view. Is that correct? Which is kind of that. How does that work?
The way I would express it is that the Zig standard library mainly gives you tools for dealing with encodings. So turning UTF-8 into UTF-16, turning UTF-16 into UTF-8, the specific UTF-16 variant that Windows uses, which they call, I believe it's maybe wide TF, but everybody shortens in WTF, which tends to be your reaction when you see that encoding.
I think JavaScript also does UTF-16, but don't quote me on that.
It totally does.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. Because I believe that's also how browsers historically have done strings. So yes, there's a bunch of UTF-16 out there. What Zig does not have in the standard library is all the other metadata. So encodings are basically a way of mapping a given bit pattern to a given value in a dictionary, and so UTF-8 and UTF-16 are equivalent in that sense, in the sense that they have different bit patterns, but those different bit patterns then are designed to encode the same values in the same dictionary, the Unicode dictionary. Maybe dictionary is not the right word for it, but that's what Unicode is. It's like a table of like symbols. So what Zig doesn't have is information about a ton of information about what those symbols mean in Unicode. So you cannot ask, for example, the Zig Unicode namespace doesn't have information that tells you, for example, if something is an emoji or not. That is knowledge that you can get from the Unicode standard, but it's not in the standard library. And for that, you have to use a separate project that literally takes in the XML files from the Unicode standard and produces tables for those, so that it can answer correctly if something is an emoji or not, if something is space or not, if something is to be considered uppercase, lowercase, or neither. And
so just reading what Ama Joe says, I'm on that group. I'm a web dev with 20 plus years. Even though I've done a bit of C in the past, and then the chat scrolled, even though I've seen in the past, it is still hard for me to handle things when you use to higher level tools. Yes, and I think that's kind of that's the thing you get with higher level tools. You get to not worry about some of the abstractions. And this works really well until you have to worry about them. Then it becomes a massive pain point. But of course, I think it's kind of interesting to by making a new programming language these days. So Sig is arguably a very young programming language. It's kind of, we've heard about it for years, but something that's 3 years old on the interwebs today is considered, archaeology at this point, right? So it's very kind of, it's a little bit disturbing how how time flies, right? But now I'm interested to see where Sig lands with things, because if you look at Rust pre 1.0, right, it had a garbage collector, it had green thread, it had all these things built into the language that people really wanted. But I think it was the right choice to not include these things into the language. I personally would not have bothered with Rust if it had a garbage collector, like a tracing garbage collector or whatever, because I might as well just gone back to C# or whatever, because you've got a strong type system, it's compiled language, you've got the performance. But when they kind of took away the garbage collector and said, okay, no, this is like you gotta trace the memory, although you don't, but you have the lifetimes for these things, and it changes things a little bit. But now you are completely void of a garbage collector, and all of a sudden we have this new, which is obviously a very old class of programming languages, right? And I think this makes things more approachable. If you say to someone who's writing a lot of Go, C#, Python, JavaScript, say, here's a language where you have some control over the memory, right? But you have the tooling to help you not collapse the universe around you. You have the deferred to free you allocators and all this stuff. So I think that it should not be underestimated. But I also get it that you want to get to 1.0 before you try to reach this audience. And I do wonder, do you think Sig is going to have async await when it reaches 1.0? Hey, how many people in the chat want to know about async await in Sig, right? I think there's there's probably quite a lot of people who are interested in that.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, I'm so
no.
sorry.
Oh, there's a please no. There's also somebody who does not want async in Zig.
Wait, when I say async, oh wait, okay, let me roll that back a little bit, right? And talk about network programming. You can do a lot of useful, interesting, performant things with networking and threads, but this doesn't scale in the same sense that concurrency does, where you can have thousands of concurrent connections multiplexing at the same time through some kind of async runtime. Now, whether this is part of the language or not, I don't know. But I remember the first time, which wasn't too long ago, but that I heard about Zig having colorless functions, and this just blew my mind. And I'm thinking,
Yeah.
that has to be so difficult to build, but so amazing if you pull it off. What's the story there now?
The story is that, and by the way, let's put a note, let's put a pin on the string discussion, because I would like to come back to that after. I have a spicy opinion a spicy statement to make. But so on the async await, I think currently the most authoritative source on the fate of async is in our wiki somewhere, where somebody, it's probably part of the FAQ, I'm guessing, where somebody asked this stuff to mlog, what is the status of async in Zig? And they basically copy pasted a comment from mlog in the wiki. Before we read it, let me see, maybe he does. Yeah, he does explain the story. So let's read what he says. So here is an objective summary of the status of async await as of Zig 0.12.0. So we're at 0.13. We're gonna go to 0.14 in a moment, like soon, in a few days. So keep that in mind. This is not gonna stay current forever, but so far, for now, it's still current enough. So the async await functionality in Zig was originally implemented in the Bootstrap compiler, the one written in C++. Zig 0.10 began the migration to the self-hosted compiler, which is written in Zig. And Zig 0.11 finished this transition by removing the legacy code base entirely and hence the option to use the Bootstrap compiler. Throughout this process, async await was not implemented in the self-hosted compiler. Originally, this was just a push to push the project forward. So async await was not deemed important enough to block the release, which otherwise made huge progress in many areas. However, Andrew, and in fact myself, as in mlog, looked at implementing async await in the self-hosted compiler, and then we began to consider some issues with it. The implementation of async await in the Bootstrap compiler contained many bugs, although admittedly most parts of that compiler did, was of experimental quality at best. Over the years, several issues with the feature became apparent. So keep in mind, these are issues that are real, relevant, but also come from the perspective of a compiler implementer. So these are not issues that necessarily impact like your ability to use the feature. It impacts the quality of the generated machine code, for example, that kind of stuff. So let's take a look at what he brings up. LLVM struggles to optimize async functions. We can lower async to Zig async to LLVM IR in two ways. One is using LLVM coroutines. This was the first implementation, the first iteration of async. Or manual lowering, where an async function becomes a switch statement, which dispatches to the code following a suspension point. This might be a bit of a nuance point. Maybe people have seen this repeated a couple of times, and it doesn't necessarily click to you what that does mean. But long story short, when you write async and await in your program, the compiler can literally rewrite your function into a big switch statement where your function gets broken up into sections where you compute the function up to a point where you encounter like an await or another thing that in Zig is called a suspension point. And that's where the case ends. And the new case then will resume from there. And then in the end, the event loop and everything, all the other machinery knows how to resume your function by invoking it again with the correct switch case to resume from. So let's see. Both these lowerings were tried in the Bootstrap compiler. LLVM coroutines are just bad. They optimize poorly, explode compile times, and add implicit calls to malloc. Yes, async await implementations in languages that use the async machinery offered by LLVM necessarily implicitly heap allocate.
I remember a lot of conversation in the past about having stack-based futures in Rust. So yeah, I kind of get it.
I don't know what Rust uses for lowering, but if they use LVM coroutines, yep, there's a malloc snuck in there. There is a requirement that LVM imposes, and so they're like, there's no way for you to do anything about it. So,
as Penny said, but isn't it okay if Zig is moving to not use LVM? It's going to have LVM, right? But that means that you have to implement all this stuff yourself. So that's going to be even more work, though, if you take LVM.
Yeah, that's what happened afterwards. So long story short, like this LVM coroutine experiment lasted really shortly. Like this was just like the POC of the POC. So it's just like the super beginning. Then manual lowering is better, which is what was tried next. But LVM seriously struggles to optimize it, particularly in threaded builds due to atomic flags, to an atomic flag used to prevent races between a frame and its awaiter. This would make async await unusable in high performance projects. So to give you like a simplified explanation of like an example of problems that come from LVM not being able to optimize things, when you write a function normally and you have like 20 variables in your function, if those variables don't have all to leave necessarily at the same time, the compiler can optimize the machine code to say, yeah, this piece of memory is going to be variable A for a while, but then after a while, variable A doesn't exist anymore, and now we need space for variable C. We're going to put variable C in this same spot. So at the end of the day, the amount of memory on the stack that your function uses becomes optimal. It's not just like, it becomes much more efficient than what you wrote, let's say, than what you would get from a naive interpretation of your written source code. The problem is that with coroutines, LVM was having trouble also doing that. So we were ending up with like pretty chunky function frames, async function frames, bigger than what they needed to be. For example,
I'll just inject there for those of you who mentioned like Rust async in the chat. Rust doesn't actually have async. It has a futures trait and it has syntactic sugar that becomes implementations of these traits, but it doesn't actually do anything. You need a separate mechanism to drive this forward, right? So I don't see how that would work, or like how that would automatically put anything on the heap, right? I'm just saying that. So, and subsequently, it wouldn't use malloc, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, okay. So oh, sorry, go on. If there was more.
Yeah. So long story short, there's like issues with this stuff. Some of which are okay. So we mentioned one very compiler technical one. There's a second problem that that is related to the implementation. Let's skip it for a moment. And then there's like two more high-level problems. These are more interesting for like users. One is that once you go async, good luck debugging your stuff, because now it's a mess. And I think that's universal, I believe.
Yeah, I showed this off on we tried Rust Rover and tried to debug an async function. It kind of works with GDB, but it's a bit of a crapshoot if it works or not. And arguably, if something doesn't work 100% of the time, it doesn't really work. So yeah, I think you're going to resort to print line debugging if you're doing async stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I guess in a sense here, MLAG is, I think, bringing up a point that is like, it's not like a weakness necessarily of Zig specific implementation. It kind of comes with the territory, but at the same time, it would be interesting to consider this not a lost cause right away, but instead consider whether something could actually be done to provide a better debugging experience. So, for example, it could be interesting to design a system that allows a debugger that understands enough about Zig to figure out for debug builds, maybe not for release builds, but for debug builds where you have the opportunity to make things less efficient, squeeze in extra information here and there, add some extra data in the executable that would allow a debugger to understand what the let's call it quote unquote virtual stack trace looks like. So basically the life trace of what happened to a given function frame, async function frame. So it would be interesting to take a look at, but so far there is no concrete solution offered for that problem. And then there's the final one, cancellation. Cancellation was never solved, and it's a big problem. We don't
I
have
think that's
RI.
a big problem in Rust as well, by the way, the future cancellation stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have RI, and I think so far there was no clear path towards how to implement this. There were some ideas, but so far no like clear conclusion. This is the way. We didn't get to a point where we could say this is the way. So yeah, let me see. Maybe let's read the final part. So with everything listed out, it becomes obvious that the language feature has many problems. Ultimately, if we can solve all of these issues, I would say modulo the debugging one, async await will not be a part of Zig. The complexity cost is just too high for a flawed feature. Some Zig core team members believe that async await should be removed regardless of the resolution of the above issues due to the complexity it brings. However, if it is to return, the following are all necessary preconditions. We need to be able to do good code gen, obviously. A third-party debugger, again, I think that Amalag is being a little bit too strict. I think async would be worth it even if you didn't have a good debugger. Although I would say this is seriously probably like this can be done. It's just a matter of putting in the effort. So I wouldn't consider this part a question mark whether it can even be achieved or not. You can. You just need to do the legwork to make it happen. And then the last one, solve how to do cancellation. So personally, I would definitely like to see async await return to the language. If it were to be well supported and optimized properly, there would be some key uses for it within the compiler itself. However, we aren't just going to throw it carelessly to tick a box. If Zig is to support async functions, it will do so properly. Whoa.
Okay, well, I mean, it makes sense, and I can see that, and I support that idea for the same reason that I'm happy that Rust wasn't released with its green threads and some of the stuff that it had in the beginning that would have cost a lot these days, right?
Yeah.
So you incur a debt when you add a feature, right?
You know what's funny is that at the end is that the colorblind part of the async await implementation, that one is the most solid part of it. That one is fully figured out because of how comp time works and other machinery that's already present in the language. That part is no trouble at all. What's problematic is the code generation because of LLVM and other like more low-level concerns, which I think it's interesting.
I think, yeah. So it kind of goes a bit like that, right? You don't want you don't want something that isn't going to be as optimal as possible. It's kind of a weird way of saying it, but at the same time, you have such a big part of the dev community that want to do network programming, and one of the things that's going to appeal to your Python programmers, your JavaScript programmers, is these are the okay, libuv is pretty decent, but if you look at Python async, right, these are the people who struggle with performance. Doing any kind of network in Python can be such a bottleneck, basically. And I think the allure of these languages are offering you that performance. Like, you have your Python online game, now you can have 10,000 concurrent players, right? If you do it in this language, kind of thing. So what my next question would be then is, if I were to build a large scale API based game or a web game or whatever like that, right? I would reach for EPOL, right? EPOL or IOU ring. I don't know IOU ring at all, and it's been years since I touched EPOL through Rust and libc. But that's what I would do. But that's gonna limit me to Windows. Sorry. All right, sorry, I just leave now. It's gonna limit me to Linux and not include Windows. And for Mac, we would have KQ, right? Which is a sort of similar. So you could write an abstraction on there, but for Windows, you have this other thing, which is a little bit more complicated. It's a different model than KQ and EPOL, right? And one of the things that Zig does is position itself as a cross-platform compiler, but it should also be like a cross-platform library. How can you capture those Python developers who wants to go quick fast with their networking?
Yeah. So in the Zig standard library, we have bindings to those APIs. So there are bindings to EPOL, bindings to IO-Uring, bindings to the, and I quote, some weird IOCP for Windows thing, which I believe it's called completion ports. I think that's what Windows calls them.
Yeah, so it's completion based, whereas the KQ and EPOL are
readiness based. Yeah,
readiness based. You register interest, and then the kernel will let you know when you can pick up your deliveries, basically.
Yeah. So for that, and basically, so stuff like libuv, what it gives you is a unified interface over all these different APIs, plus the event loop implementation itself. Well, first of all, libuv can be used from Zig because you know it's a C library, so nothing can prevent you from using it. But there's also a native Zig implementation called libxev, which is from Mitchell, which is what is used in Ghosty. Although, to be clear, just to manage expectations, this library is still work in progress. The parts that are used more intensely by Ghosty are the most developed ones, but the parts that are that you might want to use normally, for example, UDP, being able to do async UDP, that those parts are definitely not as polished, and also more specifically, they ended up in a trap that we also had to that I remember also falling into in the past when I was messing around back when Zig used to have an event loop in the standard library. So when Zig had async await, also got an event loop in the standard library. Now this stuff is completely gone. But so they basically have implemented certain things wrongly for KQ. More specifically, if you want to be able to use KQ, you need to make, oh man, and you guys are comfortable with this term. So you need to pin your structs. They need to have stable pointers. This is not a requirement for EPOL or any of the other ones. It's just KQ that is super annoying. And so they never made their types pinned. So they are designed to be copyable, movable around. And also internally, the mechanism, let me put it this way. The point is not just that the pointer can move and thus this is wrong. No, the pointer can move. And because internally, the way they orchestrated like subscribing for notifications, etc., uses wrong assumptions. And so it made them think that it wasn't necessary to make that struct pinned. And so, long story short, if you try to use UDP through libxev, you lose writes occasionally or stuff like that. Yeah.
I mean, UDP is already fickle enough, right? No one's gonna notice if a few packets goes missing. You know, it's kind of built into it anyway, right?
I know it's a feature, but you don't want to make it worse, I guess.
So, okay, my question is this to you, Crystal. Okay. Could you show me on the SIG? Could you show me how do I find out information about? So this came up from that article, right? Now, when looking and when hunting, because I said if you're gonna do something, you can sort of kind of figure out how to do this from searching around the topic, because you know you can do it in other languages. For instance, if you take a hash map, you know that hash maps exist. Most languages have them, so you can make the assumption that there should be some kind of hash map struct in SIG, and you should be able to put values in there, right? And the same thing, I think, what came up in this article was the array list. So now I'm going to ask you for some educational pointers to us non-school SIG programmers. How do we go about finding out how you can do things like iterate over an array list? Because that wasn't mentioned anywhere as far as I saw. That was that particular one. We can start with that one.
Good question. Okay, let me try to think of an answer from first principles. So chances are that if you're looking on how to iterate over an array list, you are starting from a assumption that is not true in Zig. Namely, higher level programming languages, well, let's just say plenty of programming languages have this notion that you can create custom types that can somehow advertise to the compiler that they are iterable, and so you can plop them into a for loop or like any thing the language offers you that allows you to iterate over stuff.
But you don't have interfaces like that in Zig, so
We
that's
do
an
not.
incorrect way of thinking. Okay.
Yeah, so let's see. I go in test. Aim. And so I create an array list. Let's see. Const, I don't know, list. And it's going to be std.array list of something. Let's make it of U8s, I guess. It's bytes, but let's use them as numbers, I guess. To create one, I need to pass in an allocator, which I don't have. So let's make an allocator. Also, this needs to be var because our GPA has internal state that mutates. std.heap general purpose allocator. Oh, I can even use the new syntax. So let me do it this way. Okay. Okay, so this is the allocator boilerplate, the usual one. We can now pass GPA to list. And let's append a couple things. So try list.append. We append 1, 2, 3. Okay, so how do we iterate over this? So yeah, you're thinking, I want to do for and list, right? So you would like to do this. Let's see what the error looks like. It's not going to be pretty, I think.
Oh, I was kind of hoping that the error would at least point you in the right direction here. Now, I happen to know the answer to this one, but that's only because when I looked it up when we read the article.
Yeah. The problem is, let's see. Oh, we have a previous problem. I made the array list const, but that guy also has a state, so it needs to be made var. And so the append failed because the append tried to grab a non-const pointer to the array list and was only able to grab a const pointer because the variable was declared const. Okay, let's fix this. Expected type void found error out of memory. Right. The second problem is that we're using try, but our function cannot return an error. So let's fix this. Okay, we finally got to our error. Type array list is not indexable and not a range. For loop operand must be a range, array, slice, tuple, or vector. Actually, I think this is not super clear, but
it's not bad. It is not bad. It meets you halfway. It doesn't tell you probably want to do this and then give you some direction, but it tells you that it has to be a range, size, tuple, or vector. So extrapolating on that, you could try to get one of these from what you have, but that is making a little bit of a leap, right?
Yeah, and more directly, I guess. And again, I think I'll tell you honestly, I think this is the right choice. I understand that it's controversial, but I do think it's the right choice. It's not acknowledging your expectation that you should be able to do this. It's not acknowledging it because nowadays I think this is cultural expected by most people. But that's just a artifact of our time, I suspect. So it's definitely not universally true that you should be able to do this. Let's roll back the clock. Let's say that we were in the 90s and Zig had come out in the 90s as a successor to C before C++ even. You wouldn't have, this would be enough, right? This would be good. You wouldn't have the expectation that you should be able to do this.
Thinking about the languages back then, I honestly don't remember. I can't even remember how you can have dynamically allocated memory for something like a vector or an array list in Pascal, which is probably what I've wrote the most in that area, right? So I think maybe not. So I know how we solve this, and Amajo wants to know how would you actually go about doing this? Do you have to you have to finish this now, Christoph, and then we're gonna get to the core point.
So so I guess the second instinct that I'll say a Java programmer, but I don't want to single out Java programmers, but I'll use that as an example. Hopefully, I'm not gonna offend anybody in chat. But your second instinct as a Java programmer is, if this thing doesn't work, is to reach for a getter. You want at this point, like your fingers, your muscles are craving for being able to do list.get something, right? You want to I don't know, get data, right?
So my instinct would have been like to call some kind of iterable thing to give you an iterable interface.
Shouldn't it be this? Don't you?
It would be, if this was Rust, it would have been into iter or iter. But into iter is implied by the compiler, so that way you don't have to write. But yeah, so I totally get that. So but now you're gonna have to explain why it is that you're gonna type dot.
Yeah.
So
what I'm gonna type is dot items, because that's the right move. So you call dot items.
I thought it was dot slice. I'm sorry.
No, it's dot items.
Okay.
But I'll show you why it is. So it does work.
I'm covering the screen for people as well a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
You might move it just a little bit to the right. There you go.
Fine. I'm gonna pull it up. Okay, so Zig here did the unthinkable. From the perspective of a Java programmer, this is the unthinkable. Not only there is no implied iterator interface, but worse than everything, there is no getter. We are, as the kids say nowadays, we're raw dogging a field inside this struct.
Raw dogging with Zig. All right. I don't know what accent that was, but we're doing it, man. I gotta go raw dog some slices. So,
long story short, ArrayList doesn't try to pretend. Like, I guess the point in Zig that is kind of might seem weird if you come from a given ecosystem, from certain ecosystems, is that Zig purposely is trying to not have ArrayList pass itself as an array. It's purposely a bunch of machinery put on top of an actual slice. In this case, so slice is the type. So in a simple case, keep in mind, ArrayList is generic, right? So it needs to use generics to specify all parts of itself. But in our case, we created an ArrayList of U8s. So its items is going to be this. It's going to be a slice of U8s. If you create an ArrayList of bananas, assuming the banana is a struct, you will have a slice of bananas. Again, since this is generic, this becomes this. But the idea is that since the point of an ArrayList is to be machinery that orchestrates a contiguous slice of memory, that's what you are supposed to access if you want to iterate on its contents. That's the Z perspective.
This kind of speaks a little bit to maybe how the mentality of SIG programming should be then. So you're looking at something that is a helper. In this case, the ArrayList is something that wraps a slice and it does the allocation stuff for you. So it's the mentality of a SIG programmer that you kind of reach within the data structure and just get what you need instead of having the data structure provide you with a public interface for this, right?
Exactly.
Is that kind of more how it is? But my question, because we're not done quite yet, it is this. And I'm doing this for all the budding SIG programmers and the curious people out there, is how do we find out that that's how we're going to do it in terms of... well, what is like the mental model? What is the thought process of, I want to do something, I should be able to do something? For instance, if I have a hash map and I want to be able to do something with it, should I be looking at all the things that this is composed of? And it's okay to kind of follow in something very far down. So if I have to go like 4 properties, ins or fields or attributes, whatever you call them, if I have to go 4 fields down, probably very unlikely, but if I do, that's kind of normal, right? That's okay.
4 or 5 fields down.
That was extreme. Maybe 1, 2, maybe, but I don't know.
Okay, let me think how to phrase this. I'll present you the full spectrum of possibilities that I can think of. I'll start from the worst one to the best one, according to some definition of best and worst that not everybody necessarily has to agree with. But you know what? I'll say the most idiomatic to least idiomatic to most idiomatic. I don't know. Well, a few different ways of looking at it. One is, you open, hopefully, a non-AI written Zig book. And
this is how we ended up on that Zig guide that doesn't tell. It tells you about array list, but if you read about it, it shows nothing about how to iterate on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that next. Let's see how Zig guide fares. Let's see how this book fares because I don't know. So memory and allocators, control flow modules. Let me search for array list, data structures, dynamic arrays, capacity versus length, creating an array list object, adding, removing, inserting. There is no mention of how to loop over it.
Maybe what we actually stumble upon is like the kryptonite of Zig, like the one thing the Zig is omitting. It's the iteration of a values in array list. No one describes. Tell you what about a search, right? What about you do like a web search? Because that's what most people would do, right? They'd be how do I iterate over shit in an array list?
Yeah, let's do Zig guide and then let's do Google. Okay, let's take a look at Zig guide. Zig guide, standard library.
BSS, I think that loop was
list.
using indices, so it wasn't quite the same.
Yeah, no, there was no example of looping over an array list. There is no looping over the array list in here either. Let's see if there is any information, any connection to it in the explanation of for loops. Maybe. No. Nobody connects the two concepts together. Okay, let's try Google. Let's try Google. So loop array list Zig. Is it possible?
Look at that. There we go. This gotta have the answer. Two slice. Oh my. Okay, so I wasn't even that off with my slice thing there, maybe.
No, this is either this was the case in ages past or this is wrong.
6 years ago, isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah, so either this was true ages ago or this was definitely not correct. No. Okay, you know what's happening? This is so funny. Two slice exists today as well. I think, actually, we can go double check. But yeah, no, this is the wrong way. So misinformation. Let's see another example. No iterator for array list Zig. This one is correct. .items. So you can find this information. The devil hides in the field.
I do wonder if this is something that is so obviously it's not a problem to me because I haven't run into it, but I wonder if this is something that people have tripped up on, but only specifically the array list because it's such a commonality. The moment you need to be able to grow the collection, you need something like that, right? In the insert element, a specific index chapter, there is a loop already. I don't know what you mean, BSS. What can you link to this?
I think this is talking about the book. I'm guessing the book from Pedro about inserting. So we go into data structures, adding new elements, removing elements, inserting elements at specific points. This example has a for loop that uses
so there you go. There you go. Is that the one? Yeah, inside of specific indices. There you go.
But like in passing, it's definitely.
Yeah, I think I think it's an important detail. But it's funny how that one is somehow this missing thing. I mean, I don't think it is any more than anything else, right? But I think that was kind of an interesting one, right?
I think that is an interesting point that you're making. Like it's a interesting blind spot, And while I do think that it's fair for the programming language itself to not over specialize over whatever is today's mind bug or like today's common expectations that might change in the future, because otherwise you end up with something like C, right? That it's like sometimes you read messages from C that talk about things that make no sense because that used to be a thing in the past, but now it's not anymore. That said, I do think that other external learning materials should acknowledge for the current state of things. Like my book, the book that I'm writing is entirely designed around the idea of taking somebody who exists today that has had a given experience that like maybe similar to mine, for example, and take them through a journey.
I think so. Going back to what Crispy is saying, as an array list is a wrapper on a slice. You can access the inner slice. Can't you completely mess and distinct the array list from its slice? Ownership is dealt with that. So in that case, I do think one of the issues that was brought up in the original article was the fact that you have write access to the length field. So that's like the biggest quote unquote problem. Then if you, I mean, you have to intentionally do this. So it's not like you accidentally reset your length and then because you were sleep programming, right? You have to intentionally do things. But I do believe that was like one of the issues they had. But since Zig doesn't have the notion of visibility qualifiers on fields, this led to an interesting GitHub issue where it was closed with, please don't suggest to change the language or whatever. The suggestion wasn't good. The suggestion was to put like an underscore to make things private in like the way you do it in Python. But it wasn't just to have like a gentleman's agreement that underscore means you don't touch my underscore, I don't touch yours. It was like underscore should have an actual meaning where you could use a field with or without the underscore. And that just kind of, I think that just went crazy from there on out, right? But I think that was kind of, that's interesting. But this, I guess this also comes down to Zig is not positioning itself as a language that is avoiding you from doing things like modifying the length field. It's giving you whatever you want, that if you do something wrong, you do something wrong. But this also comes back to what I said on that day. If you change the length and you read into uninitialized memory and your program crashes, the severity of the situation depends very much on what program you're writing. Maybe this has zero impact on anyone's life, right? So there is a little bit of that. You're gonna talk about spice string, Christoph. I need to go and put the kettle on. Do you wanna run the stream for a bit and I go and make some tea, or do you wanna take a 5-minute break, or how do you wanna do?
No, I'll run the stream, and then when you come back, I'll do my cup of tea. Sounds good?
Good.
Yeah.
All right, back in a tick.
Yeah. So Crispies, you could mass and desync the array list from its slice. How can you do that? So how can you do that? I think that in your question, so your question is not wrong, but I suspect that you have you're making some assumptions in your question that are not true in Zig. So let me go through what I suspect you might be implying with your question. And so I will acknowledge upfront, yes, you can totally mess up your array list and have your program crash and like you can totally do that kind of stuff. But let me qualify a little bit better one point. The array list, like you changing the contents of the array list is not a problem, as in me doing list.items 0 equals 10. That is not a problem. Or let's say that my list contained a struct, right? And I did 0.foo, as in this being a field of the struct, and setting that to banana. That is not a problem for the array list. Sure, I could be corrupting, I could be doing something wrong to these struct stored inside the array list. But so far as the array list is concerned, nothing that I'm doing here can be wrong from its perspective. The one thing that can be wrong is what Toggle mentioned, which is I could be writing to the length field of the slice and doing wrong things. So I could be, actually to be precise, if you do like list.items.len equals 0, actually this is still fine. You're basically telling the array list that the number of real items in the list is 0. And actually, if you call what is it, items dot clear retaining capacity, I think. Is that a thing? Let me go find which methods we have. Yeah, look, clear retaining capacity, I've already typoed it, but it literally does the same thing. So setting length to 0 is not a problem. But sure, you could do this, which is totally a problem. List.items.len equals 99. And now this is a problem. This is absolutely a problem, right? So this is bad. So here's where I was suspecting that you might be implying something wrong. In Zig, you cannot like destroy items. So there is no idea that you can corrupt the contents of the array list, but there is no concept of, I'm gonna destroy the third item, which normally would run, like the correct contract would be for me to do something like list.remove at, is that's not even a real method, but let's imagine that it was like remove at what that would be index 2, right? So this would be the correct way of removing and destroying an item in the array list. That is not part of how Zig works. So this contract doesn't work like this. So you touching the array list contents, that's fine. This is the only dangerous thing that you can do to it. Other than obviously corrupting, like putting wrong data in here, but that's kind of like that is not something that is not something that falls under the purview of the array list in a sense. This is the only thing wrong that you could do that falls under the purview of the array list. Or technically, I guess, you could also do this. Actually, no, this is gonna fail. You know what? Watch me actually pull this off for real. So this is gonna fail. I'll show you this failing because the type system will protect you from this. This saying we're giving me something that cannot be mutable because it's a temporary. So I'm gonna put this into a var. Okay. Let's see. Cannot cast pointer to tuple to slice of U8. Okay. Oh, I have to put it the other side. Okay. Okay, so sorry. I had some sigil gymnastics to do. So here's what's happening. The array list has a heap allocated slice of memory that it's managing, and I'm yanking it away and substituting it with a stack allocated slice. The array list doesn't notice because, I mean, everything keeps working as usual. But then if I do this, the init is what normally would basically have the array list also free the associated heap allocated buffer. But now the array list has lost a connection to it. Now the array list has been, we swapped it out. And now the array list is pointing to this stack allocated memory, which cannot be freed using GPA. So if I do this, let me save. We get a crash. We get invalid free because the array list, because if we go to blah, 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 we follow our stack trace, right? We remain, we call the init. The init in turn try to free the array list allocated slice, but then the allocator says, wait, this pointer, you never allocated memory at this pointer using me, so that's an invalid free. So you could in theory do this. This would be another bad thing that would allow you to corrupt the array list. But that's kind of pretty much it. It's kind of these two things. There's, or I guess you could mess up the capacity field. So you could mess up some capacity fields. But yeah, that's kind of it. So I don't know. Could be better, could be worse, I guess. So yeah, so this is how our array list works. Maybe we can show Toggle this funny thing when he comes back and see what he thinks of it. Maybe chat can quiz him. Like you quiz him and you ask him, what do you think will happen? Will it compile? Like questions for Toggle. Will it compile? And what will happen? And if it does, what message does it print? What will you see printed? Try to max capacity of a GPA error. Well, this is already a GPA error, but sure. Same problem, invalid free. There's also a different problem that we can have. We could convince the array list that actually it already has memory when it really has none. I don't know if this is enough to convince it, but it might be. Let's see. Yeah, now we got a segmentation fault because we tried to write to a non-initialized value of items. And so because we were convinced that we actually had already done this by corrupting the state of the list.
All right, I'm back.
Hey,
Your
welcome back,
turn to have some
Toggle.
tea.
So, okay. Then I'm going to go put up my cup of tea. Here's the question for you. Chat is going to quiz you now. Look at this code. Try to guess if it compiles or not. If it does not compile, what error do you think you're going to get? And if it does compile, what do you think it will print?
Oh, okay.
Good luck.
All right. So you guys obviously know the answer. Now, I could scroll up the chat, but that would be cheating just a little bit, right? Okay. So what do we got? Line 4, GPA states that's your general purpose allocator with the new init thing that used to be a function. Look at me pretending to know things. Then you have the allocator, then you have the list, you initialize with the allocator. So far, so good. You're appending 3 values. Then we have lol, which is an array of 3 values. And then we have list items is pointed to lol. What? So you're overwriting. So the first thing that comes to mind is that you're leaking memory on line 14. And the GPA allocator, I think, allocates on the, well, it says stud heap. So it clearly allocates on the heap, right? What are you guys lolling about now? Okay, anyway, so we are. Oh, you guys are beautiful. Okay, so the items which is on the heap is now coming from the stack, right? I'm trying to select text on his screen, right? You were talking about lol. Oh, all right. Anyway, so lol is on the stack. So for every list item in nums, that is now pointing to lol. So I would guess that this thing will print out lol because it still has a length of 3. And then I have no freaking idea what dinit does. What is that gonna do when you deinitialize something? Okay, so I'm gonna cheat now. And on my screen, I'm going to open up Firefox and say Zig GPA dinit and see what that does. Allocators. Here we go. Dinit will ask the allocator to free memory. Okay. But how does it do that, Andrew? Do the magical thing called guessing? Oh, you mean like the way stream is programmed? Gotcha. So so what does that mean? Does it sort of politely ask it to deallocate? Does it check some address range? Does it? I don't know what the init does. So
GPA free list items. That's what it will call. Okay, so let's have a look. So you guys could, my screen is actually shared right now, but you can't see anything because you can't. Okay. Hello, Sergeant BR. That's array list in it. Not GPA D in it, but we're calling the init on the. Oh shit! No, you're right. That's on the array list. Oh, thank you, Capsy. Array list D init. So what does that do? Nothing on there. We're back to the SIG guide again. It's not telling me. All right. Welcome back, Christoph. How are you going? That was a very quick tea you got there.
Hey, yeah. So,
okay, my quote unquote professional analysis goes something like this, right?
Yes.
Everything is fine until line 14. Now that may or may not be fine. So if this thing actually compiles and this thing will give the list items a slice of a different type, I don't know. So if that works, the for loop is going to print out lol, but I have no idea what the D init stuff is going to do. So people tell me in chat that it's going to,
okay.
Let me see what the actual term was. It will ask the allocator to free the memory, but the memory is on the stack. So I don't know if the allocator is clever enough to know this or if it's just going to give you the middle finger and move on. I have no idea. So will it compile? I think maybe it will compile. If not, it's because the slice is of a different type. Well, actually, no. You say it's a U8, but it's a slice from an array. I don't know. So that one is a little bit uncertain because I'm guessing it's not an array under the hood of the list, right?
Correct. The list only has a slice because the array of the list normally is heap allocated. So you call, malloc or equivalent of that, and then it returns you a slice to that heap allocated memory, so a pointer and a length, and that's what gets saved into the array list. And we can. I was saying we can go check this out, but it's a little bit involved because we need to figure out what the type of slice is. But this is like alignment stuff. So simplifying, it's this. It's a slice of type T. So since our array list is of type U8, this is going to be a slice of U8s. Okay, so are you ready?
I'm ready. Oh, it did. Okay, it did compile. So I did say it would print the LOL thing, but I guess as there were bytes, it's going to print out the ASCII version of that. So I wasn't entirely off track there. So that one worked. Like this,
so you can see the LOL.
There we go. Muy importante. Vale. So invalid free. Okay, so I wasn't sure if it would know that this memory came from somewhere else. Does it have does it store the address to the beginning of the memory it's allocating? And I kind of guessed that. I'm pretending to know all of this stuff. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But okay, so it stores the address of the first chunk of memory that it allocates, and that kind of makes sense. So if you're gonna deallocate, you can do an assertion. Question is, did you run this in release build?
No, but I can tell you that the behavior will not change because
it will still do a check on the alloc. That it's an assertion, I guess, of some kind that it will.
Yeah, you know what? Let's double check for real. But I can tell you that maybe something might change. I don't know, somewhere in some other logic in the call stack. But I can tell you that this check here is not an assertion, but it's a panic. So in Zig, an assertion is you guaranteeing to the compiler that a condition is true. And then when that gets falsified in debug builds or in safe builds, you get a crash. But a panic instead, it's not that. In release fast, an assertion gets also used instead in the inverse. Like an assertion in release builds gets used for optimizations. Since this thing that you're saying is either always going to be the case or never going to be the case, depending on what the assertion asserts, then the compiler might optimize based on that. But a panic is not an optimization. A panic is literally a programming error by definition. So in theory, this implementation of an allocator could be made behave differently. You could, for example, silently ignore frees that don't belong to you and just say, whatever. You could make it an assertion and like apply optimizations over it with potential when you have a, this happens in a release fast build. But let's check it out. So -o release fast. So we got a crash. The difference is that you don't see the stack trace because release fast doesn't print stack traces. It doesn't print these messages, but we got this. Maybe we can run this in a debugger. Let's see. So that ideally, maybe we can see exactly which line caused the crash. And I can tell you that the implementation of panic contains a crash that causes this. But let's double check this. So instead of run, I'm going to do build exe. And I'm going to do ldb zig out bin list.
Have you tried Microscope, the new Zig debugger?
No, I haven't. Godbolt. Oh, this stuff is also on Godbolt. Let's see. So run. We got to a crash. Self-header.capacity. Interesting. Backtrace. So we might be crashing somewhere else, actually. Yeah, we crashed for a bad access. So
that sounds like it's trying to access the mem. Oh no, maybe I don't know.
We are definitely inside the general purpose allocator, and we're trying to do something, but it's not something correct. Although you know what, you can't trust that debugger too much on this stuff. So no, sorry, I can't come to a. I don't know. I can't come to a clear conclusion from this. Let's see if the Godbolt has more interesting stuff for us. Yeah, but that's an assertion. That's not a panic. Panics don't get optimized in release fast. Panics remain panics in release fast. It's doing pointer math to get an inline, info about the allocation. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Is this Andrew's new implementation? So it might be that is working off of an assumption that it should not work off. It's probably missing. Oh, you know what? This might be the new implementation. Let's test this out, actually. Let's switch version of Zig. Zig up. Because really, this stuff, it depends on how you implement it. And the general purpose allocator is still something that is being modified. So let's go to Zig 013. So we have another version of Zig. And let's see how this is implemented. So we build list.zig. Oh, but we need to change.
And it is a function back in the old days, Christoph.
Yeah.
See, I know these things.
Yeah, we're going back to the old days. Oh, what else am I doing wrong? Has no member named init. Oh, we didn't even do this. I think we did this. ZLS is annoying. Oh, right. I think that's how we did it. There we go. Success. Let's run it.
Oh,
no complaints.
Okay, what if you don't do release fast? That's are you? Oh my god.
Okay, this one has.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, here's what I'm guessing then. What I'm guessing is that this is a safety check that can be turned off. And so I can promise you that the panic itself always stays there. But what's happening is that this is probably an optional check that is turned off in release fast. So if we look at how general purpose allocator is defined, it has this config, right, with default values. So whether to enable safety checks. And I bet you that basically this is defaulting to whether our release mode is one with safety checks or not. And so this is probably what drives whether we could end up in that panic or not. So here's what I'll do. I will say .safety equals true. So I'm hard coding safety to true. And then I guess we can do the zig run stuff. So zig run lisp list.zig. First in debug mode, we get a panic. Release fast. and we get a crash. Also this is the 0.13 version. Let's take a look at how this crashed. I'm guessing that this is gonna be correct, and it's gonna be also the same for the new version. So let's make an executable for this. Run it in our debugger. And we got in panic implementation. So we purposely panicked. This was done on purpose. So we can go back to frame 6. If we go to frame 6, you can see that if config safety, invalid free. If it's not safety, it's an unreachable. So it becomes an assertion. It becomes an optimization. So in release fast, we are asserting that it is impossible for you to ask to free wrong stuff.
Okay, that's interesting. So that's kind of so I can't imagine a scenario where you would like to do something like that, other than so if you're trying to swap the memory with another one.
It's guaranteed. So I can tell you that this pattern that you see here is by definition a way of modeling a programming error. So it's not something that you can do right. You can only do that wrong. Like if you end in this branching, you did something wrong. Guaranteed.
Yeah. I mean, you again, like you intentionally have to want to do that, right? You have to specifically say.
Yeah, or maybe you have another bug. Maybe you have another bug that one way or another caused you to write over memory that you then interpret as an array list. And so you're basically interpreting as an array list something that isn't an array list, or maybe was an array list, but then got corrupted one way or another. And so now you have a wrong pointer on hand that you're trying to free. But whichever way it is by definition a programming error.
Did you cover the string thing when I was gone? Was there something happening there?
Oh no, I did not. I just went into this. Well, look at what happens if you swap these. I went deeper into bad things that you can do to an array list, given that you have write access to all its fields.
There's not really a what would you say? Let's see how I'm going to phrase this question. So on one hand, you don't want people to do things like that, because it's to me, if that would have worked, that still wouldn't have been something that I could see that you sensibly should do. Like, why would you're basically leaking memory? I guess you're leaking memory still because you're not deallocating the allocator. Is that right? But you wouldn't be you would be leaking memory if you could swap the slice, right? Because there's nothing happening with that slice. So would there ever be a reason to want to do something like this, right? I can't imagine what kind of
you mean swap in and out this stuff. As a user of an array list, I would say probably not. The implementation of array list does that internally a bunch of times. Every time it needs to grow to make space for new items, it swaps out the contents of that field. But yeah, as a user, not really.
That would be allocating more space, copying the values over, and then swapping the pointer out, right? Yeah. Which again, I don't know if we touched on this last time, but that would be the reason to not use a pointer to the first to the array list, but to use indices instead, right? When you're doing
correct. Yes, because if you keep pointers around and then you grow the array list afterwards, those pointers might be invalidated, and that's a very bad idea. Yeah.
So what Crispy is saying, and it's kind of a little bit what I'm very slowly trying to scoot towards, right? So we have things like an array list. The way you iterate over the elements in the array list is just grab the underlying slice. But at some point, what you're trying to do with internals is bordering on insanity, and some of it is like, these are the things you should do, these are the things you should not do. Yeah. What would you say? Is there any kind of guideline for people to follow to know? Again, I'm talking about this from the perspective of people who are new to SIG and whose go-to might not necessarily be to read the standard library source code. I know that's kind of recommended, but what if you want to explore a little bit, right? But how would you guide them to not do crazy things and to know what to do, right?
I think that in general, the perspective is kind of like this. obviously it would make sense. You can, okay, I know that this is not going to be a hard sell if there's people, Rust people in chat or Java people in chat. It's not a hard sell, obviously, right? That you put a private visibility attribute on those fields, and you just prevent people from messing with fields that could corrupt your struct / class / object, whatever that is. Fair. But there's also downsides to that approach. One of which is all these languages that have private fields, they also have a way to bypass private attributes and obtain information about fields that from the outside that you shouldn't be able to. Like, I remember C#, when doing C#, we had, I believe at some point at my job, a component, like a piece of C# code that was like used a lot in all our projects, like part of our like library, that by design would bypass private and observe and reason about private fields in your objects.
Some kind of reflection library. Then.
Yeah, it's a reflection, exactly. And I believe that pretty much every language has these. Maybe, I don't know if Rust does or does not, but no, it does not. Cool.
No, you literally can't. I mean, like, you would have to transmute, and since you don't know how to, since you can't transmute from one thing to another, even if they have the same layout, the same thing's true in Zig, right? You can't safely do that cast. You can't really get to it. But Rust is a little bit of an exception, right? I think with
C++ you can as well. Let me double check. Access?
Not really, Andrew, because like I said, the only way you're going to have access to those private fields is if you have the type. You have to own the type, right? So you would have to cast it that type, and then you already have access to them, right? But if you don't have that, then you have to try to mimic the layout in memory of that type that you want to modify. And that's not necessarily going to work, right? It's going to be undefined behavior if you try to cast one thing to another like that.
Yeah. So this is somebody showing how to do this. Let's see how cursed it is. They are casting. They're casting the class to a array of bytes.
Most things in Rust are not recursive, so that doesn't really hold. That means that you've specifically done something, so you can make the same argument that you could do that if you just make the fields public in the first place, right? So if you make it possible, then you can do it. That's a given, right? But okay, sorry, go on, Crystal.
Yeah. So long story short, it's also true that people do this thing and then they need mechanisms to bypass this stuff. But I guess at a more high level, while it does make sense, it's kind of like presenting to you like a development model where in a sense your colleagues are also a threat, which is actually true. I have experienced this myself. I used to have a colleague that didn't know how to use Git and would always force push his changes over mine. I at some point thought this was personal. Yeah, I originally thought that this guy was doing it on purpose, and like I got real mad and like went full confrontation mode. And then after I realized that guy didn't know how to merge stuff and push, I realized, you know what? No, never mind. Sorry.
This actually happened to me while I was. This goes back to indirectly to Elm. During the time I was experimenting with Elm, I also had a client that I did some work for. I did the work, but I spent about a week doing some work for them. Handed the work over, deployed it. It's there in production, and I was like, "All right, cool. See you guys later." And then a few days later, they called me and asked me if I could come in and do the work again. And I said, "Why? I've already done it." And I delete clients' work. Once I'm done with a client, I delete everything that they have. Right, so it's just a straight up wipe. And it's like, yeah, but there was a guy here and he force pushed over my changes from an old branch and just threw all my work away. So I got paid for doing the same work twice, right? I don't mind. I wasn't chuffed about it because the work wasn't interesting and I didn't have to spend a week doing it this time. But the force push thing, kind of best left to your own branches and not something you work with other people.
Yeah, that was bad. Keep in mind that this person was technically supposed to be more senior than me at the time. So why not set up branch protection rules? It wasn't just force push. Force push was one of the tools in his tool belt, but he had learned also other ways of the force, including merge and then choose mine.
Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, like, his life was easy. It's like just step over everyone else's work, and I'm here to put my shit there. F everyone else, right? But there you go, right? So what does seniority mean, really, Christoph?
Yeah.
After all, right? What does it mean?
So in a sense, Zig is basically choosing a different approach to this, which, again, not to say that this is inherently wrong, but this is like, in a sense, private fields are designed, not entirely, this is not necessarily their entire reason to exist, but they do exist to a good degree to basically protect you from hostile or, sufficiently ignorant collaborators. And that comes as a cost. While that is a facet of life that is often the case, it does come as a cost. So if you imagine that you are instead in an environment where you don't have to protect yourself from the guy that
Dr. Force Push. I'm a Jedi. I'm gonna use the Force, mate. Oh, good times, man.
Yeah, I can imagine like the guy that had like his own in his mind he had like Yoda on his shoulder saying, "Do not try." and that makes him have dash force.
Oh, baby Yoda, maybe, dude, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, good grief. I'm gonna attach something to what you were saying, right? I'm just gonna hijack your comment a little bit with one additional advantage of this thing. When you have the distinction between public and private, you can limit your API surface. So the stuff that you mess with might not break APIs, right? But that is, to me, that is the biggest reason to have public and private. No other reason.
That is true. And okay, I'll get to this. So the idea is that Zig instead works off of a different assumption. Let's imagine that you can somehow get yourself in a room or in a GitHub repo with people that will not do bad things. And then now this private stuff is mostly friction. So what happens if you don't have it? That's kind of the Zig perspective. Another perspective that I think you can, like another way of looking at it maybe, this is my personal interpretation. It's not necessarily, the official Zig position, but in a sense, when you define a struct, the memory that struct occupies belongs to the caller. Whoever instantiated the struct, that's their memory, and obviously they will have the ability to do whatever they want with it, regardless of whether you put your fields private or public. So allowing them to do whatever they can, in any case, do no matter what you do, with I guess a star with. When it comes to languages that are like more like, well, actually, even in Rust, you can open an unsafe block and then go to ham, I guess, on your own memory that belongs to you.
I guess what you could do the pointer offset thing, but no, actually, that still doesn't work because the field reordering. So no, scratch that.
It would be okay. It would be maybe undefined behavior, but like the point is, like you can make it harder and jankier for the user, but you can't fully stop the user of a type from messing with memory where they put that type in.
That is absolutely true. You cannot prevent someone from doing something because we do not have we don't have that kind of compiler control yet, right? We can do that.
So from that perspective, basically Zig, I guess, is saying, it's their memory, they do whatever they want with it. Now, API surface and stuff. That's a good point. Being able to mark things private helps demarcate more clearly and enforce programmatically what is public API and what is private API. That totally works. But here's I'll say a counter argument, but it's not really a counter argument. It's more like a different perspective. There are two aspects there. One is, it is legitimate for somebody to not want to stop themselves at the public API. It is not inherently wrong to say, you know what, this is the public API, this is supposed to be private API, I will hook into the private API as well. Obviously, that comes necessarily with the caveat that you do so like it's of your own choosing. You cannot expect backwards compatibility for stuff that isn't. You cannot demand backwards compatibility for stuff that isn't the public API. Actually, even demanding it of the public
You
API.
can't demand forward compatibility either, right? If something breaks, it breaks if it's private API, right?
Yeah. But if you imagine a situation where you need to use a dependency and you don't really plan to ever update it because it's something very small, very, very like kind of boring that isn't, that you're never going to change, then it makes sense. Like it's a legitimate choice to make. Or, for example, it's a dependency that even though it is a dependency, you know so well that you're so intimate in your knowledge of that dependency that actually accessing that for you basically the distinction between public and private API is not relevant in that moment. So there are cases where it is possible to do this, in my opinion, that don't construe necessarily, universally objectively wrong programmer behavior. It is true that if you download a dependency from made by somebody else that you plan to update, and then you hook into non-public APIs, and then your stuff breaks, then you can have the surprise Pikachu face. You did this to yourself.
Yeah, I do think that I have seen quite a lot of issues around this in various libraries where people have made the argument, but this shouldn't have been used in the first place, right? But whether you make something public or private, at least if you say in your API, don't use this field. This is for our bookkeeping, and if you mess with our bookkeeping, then here be dragons. I think it's fine to say that. I mean, that's what you can do, right?
And I think this is actually my second point, which I think is key. In reality, what you decide is the public interface or the private interface of your package. It has to be fully negotiated between humans, and not all of it can be enforced programmatically by the language, or has to be. Let me give you an example, okay? Or you know what? Maybe one day somebody could create a language that really tries to focus on this stuff. But nowadays, I think of the ones that exist nowadays, none of them do. Here's an example. You could have a library where the size of your type is part of the public contract or not. I'm guessing that for most Rust crates, nobody really cares too much about the size of a struct. Obviously, you don't want it to balloon to infinite, but like this struct needs to be precisely 4 bytes or 8 bytes, not more than that. Do you know any crate that guarantees that, Toggle?
That guarantees it, most likely not, on account of use size, which is variable depending on, like a lot of crates going to use use size and store use sizes for length and indices and such. So you kind of, that is out the window. So no, I don't think anything guarantees the size of a type like that. No.
Which, I mean, it's reasonable, right? Most of the time, nobody really cares about the size of a struct, and like your code will recompile even if that size changes. You don't need to touch anything. Your program functionality will most probably not be impacted by a small variation of size of a struct. But there might be some other situations where instead you're designing a dependency that is used for embedded devices or some other, particular environment where memory is a lot more constrained. Or, for example, in my case, I did this, this particular data structure, and like sizes of things in this particular data structure are a little bit more finicky, especially if you plan to serialize them to disk or not. And so in my case here, it wouldn't maybe make more sense to guarantee that the size of things is going to be a specific one based on parameters that you pass in, for example, in my probability data structure. So I guess my point is that there are properties of what is a public interface that are not expressible through language keywords. And that is always part of the deal. Most times you don't have, maybe sometimes or even most times you don't have to worry about this level of nuance, but sometimes you have to. For example, there are, I think an interesting read is there is I don't remember if it's a blog post or a talk from Rob Pike maybe, where basically they talk about all the times that they broke backwards compatibility with Go while keeping it at version 1. Because they deemed that the backwards compatibility break was so minor that it wasn't worth bumping up the number. And what this said like this sounds really bad. Oh my god, these people are evil.
It seems like a weird take on versioning, but I guess there's a story behind that.
But
too.
I think you should watch the talk, because the things that that could be considered breaking changes were always minor things, some of which might have also happened in other projects. Like, I'm confident that that Go is not the only one, and that it might have happened also in other languages, or like, other things that are using semantic versioning.
Can we just take a moment and appreciate how Reddit says we value your privacy while showing your email at the top of the screen at the same time? This is like the irony is not lost on me, right?
I hate Reddit. Let's get away.
It is dreadful. We stopped using usize in favor of U64 in our binary protocol at work because of this inconsistency. No Vec or anything uses usize now. That makes sense, Tenak. You can certainly enforce, and the funny thing is, because of the languages we're talking about here, I don't even know if you're talking about Rust or Zig, because you're going to have the same choice in both, right?
Yeah.
You certainly can specify a given size about something, but I think that people don't enforce that and choose to use usize quite a lot. Now, saying this, in my own library that I've been working on, I have very specific sizes for things like things similar to what smallvec does. I allocate things on the stack. I expect certain things to only have one or two of something, so I allocate that on the stack. And if it has to grow, then we can swap over to heap allocated memory. I thought about the conversation we had when we talked about memory allocators a while ago, and you mentioned that in Zig you can sort of share that you can have some things on the stack and some things on the heap. And for some reason, it never occurred to me to do that in Rust, but I realized after the conversation that I absolutely could do that. I can just keep something growing and retain the values on the stack and just grow things the rest of it onto the heap. So that would be interesting. What does Tempora say? I will always treat breaking changes as does downstream have any work when receiving this change, just like carrying what version numbers might do. I think it's a bit difficult. I was working at one place doing Rust programming and flex, because I was the only person in the world that had a Rust job, but I think it was kind of it was interesting. We had like a minor patch bump of a third-party library we're using, but inside that library, part of their patch bump was incrementing a minor version of another dependency, which obviously, because it's a Friday, broke everything and then some. So I do think that version numbers matters and all these things matters, right? But there might not be teething issues early on because you're expecting breaking changes, right? You're kind of half expecting things to break pre 1.0, right? Which is, according to the world of semantic versioning, 1.0 should kind of be when your API is stable, but you're still going to have breaking changes and such turn up, right? So I don't know.
I guess for a language like Go, they need to care about not letting major version numbers balloon, because it's a perception problem. And it's you are totally right for like a normal package. You make a normal package and you want to make a breaking change, make the breaking change, bump the number, whatever, life will go on. But I guess it's understandable that big projects like that one, as Jump Up Primary is saying, it makes sense for them to be more conservative, because it sends a message. It is a signal to companies if you keep bumping up the major version of your stuff. I mean, I believe this is also another reason why, if I remember correctly, Rust has editions that allow it to stay at version 1, but also there are changes that people would like to make to the standard library, but they're waiting because they want, I guess, to wait before making Rust 2. Because
there will never be a Rust 2.0, which is funny. But then you look at something like browsers. If you look at the version of your browser, it's going to be way out there. In like, what are we like, Firefox 9008? I don't know what we're at anymore. And honestly, no one cares what version browser is they're using, because it doesn't really, the browser is such an end product. It doesn't interact with some long tool chain, preferably. So it's not that big. So I think I think that there are many takes on Semver, Danik, right? There are even different interpretation of Semver.
Yeah.
There are, I think Helix went with a completely different versioning scheme as well, right? I think Helix is it date specific? I think the Helix version is
I'm
based on,
not
if you do like an
sure.
HX- version, what do you get then? I think that one might be I think it was Helix that did this, right? 25 or 101. Yeah, that looks date specific. And
Yeah.
first, it kind of, you lose the notion that you have a big update, but at the same time, you kind of know when your last version was released and how old it is from looking at that. Right? So it depends a lot on the meaning of it. If you look at what Linus Torvalds was saying, he kind of went, oh, numbers, and then they mean whatever I want them to mean. It's like there's no difference, or like there's no, when the kernel go from 1 point, or like for 5 to 6, for 6 to 7, there's nothing particularly large about those releases over other releases. Like it's like, oh, we're running out of numbers, so we're just going to increment this number now. It was no, I think people put, versioning is one of those things that it means something, it holds value, but people can get way too religious about them, especially Semver people.
The way I think about it is that like often happens with programmers and software engineers, some people just don't have enough life experience to really calibrate their expectations over practicality, which at the end of the day, all these things that we're doing are designed to support practicality. Like the problem statement is, I want to get updates from this library, but I want a way of knowing beforehand how much work I will have to do to update my dependency to decide if I want to do it or not. And so in cases where the work is at least supposedly 0, under the assumption that new is better, then we can have tooling do that automatically for us, right? So that's where you get behavior like I believe Cargo and NPM, where they will automatically bump up patch versions, minor versions as well for V1s. I think it works like this. You can correct me if I'm wrong. It's for a V1 plus package, it's going to be automatic bumping of minor and patch. For V0 packages, it's going to be automatic bumping of patch.
Yeah, I think so. And then minor is considered breaking.
Yeah.
But it is kind of convenient to have a little bit of a guideline when it comes down to it. But
yeah, it is. But then you have basically people that, while this is the problem statement, then you have people that at some point abandon the practicality of it, and now it becomes a philosophical thing.
Kind of like test coverage, right? I was working with so testing is also one of those like hot spicy topics with programmers, and I was working with a guy, very good programmer, right? Very smart guy. But he kind of got it, and I think this was more because he was bored with where he was and what he was doing. So he kind of went, we're going to have 100% test coverage. And you end up with functions being called for the sake of improving the test coverage, right? So test coverage is useful, but it shouldn't be like a driving factor. Hello, Tanaka, how you going, buddy? I think test coverage is one of those fantastic things where there's like all these aspects of programming where people are looking for definitive answers, right? Should I document the code? Is documenting code good or bad? And the answer is always, well, it depends, right? There's no documenting code is really good, but it can also be really bad, right? Is testing good? Obviously, testing should be good, but is it always good? I mean, it depends entirely on the circumstance, right? I mean, there's no point in writing a 6,000 lines long test suite for your hello world, right? But for a compiler, I'd love there to be tests to make sure that like these really odd edge cases are checked. There is a particular file in the Rust source code which has lots of really cursed things that no one really does, but people have dreamt up these things and they become like unique test cases. And it's kind of fun to see these things, but no one's always going to write code like that. But it's really interesting to have that test case, especially in compilers, because they are.
Yeah.
I think programming languages are deceptively simple when you look at them, but but actually working with them and writing things in there, it's every change you do propagates out to everyone who uses your compiler, and that should be a concern. You should be, if you want people to use it, it should be a concern. Right?
Yeah, I remember chatting with somebody from the Rust core team back when the Rust core team was a thing. And I'm not sure if it's even a thing anymore, but
the language team is a thing. There's the language team, and there's the angry trademark people. I don't really keep track of that. As much as I love the Rust language and I like a lot of the community, I do try to sort of stay clear of the political bureaucratical stuff, because it's always going to be some kind of up thing when you get down to it, right? It's just how it goes, man.
Yeah, and
go on, sorry.
Well, in this case, this person was telling me that basically one testing procedure that they have for Rust is that they have basically let's call it like a cluster of machines that basically every time they make a change to the compiler, they scan everything.
It's called the crater run. Yes.
Oh, the crater run. Yeah, they look at crates.io and then like they rebuild everything and they check for things that have changed. Like what did they break? And then they decide whose fault it is. If it's their fault or if the crate's fault.
It sounds. I mean, it's kind of a good idea. I'm just going to answer the Wrapped here. It says, how is testing and documenting ever bad? Okay, so everything has to be put into a context and a perspective. It's like saying this: eating food and drinking water is generally good, but if you drink water non-stop and never stop, then you drown yourself, right? Never eating food is bad. Always eating food is bad. Always drinking, never drinking. All these things are bad in their own context. So whether you write documentation, how you write documentation, think about this. I pay you a certain amount of monies to do some work for a period of time for me. And if you spend a lot of that time writing documentation for methods that do nothing, private methods that no one's ever going to see, that all they do is reverse a string or whatever. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know why I'm paying you to do this. But the point is, you can write documentation for something called to lower string, and that kind of doesn't make sense. There, you can literally say the code is documentation. But when you have a function called compile, you probably shouldn't say, well, the language, the function name is documentation, right? It's everything needs to have a context. But as programmers, we are always striving for order in this very chaotic world of programming. We want things to have rules that we can follow. We want things to have guidelines so we can. It's like having a set of laws without humans makes no sense. If a robot was sort of deciding the outcome of a case, that would be insane, right? Imagine that you accidentally picked up a pen in the bank and now you're accused of stealing from the bank. Context is everything. That's going to go very deep if we continue that conversation. We're going to roll it back. Over to you, Christoph. How are you doing?
Well, I guess long story short, yeah, you can have too much of a good thing. So like tests, cases, and also documentation, they have a mass, they have momentum. So if you change direction, then you will have to steer the things towards a new direction, which in concrete terms means you will have to rewrite that stuff. And basically you could end up rewriting stuff that was useless if you do it too much. Like, for example, testing, like if you think about it from a slightly abstract perspective, what is the optimal testing? The optimal testing is literally no more and no less the exact lines of code that protect you from introducing bugs in your code base. The exact bugs that you would otherwise have introduced in your code base if you had not had that test. The problem is that you don't have an oracle, so you don't know which is going to be precisely, but you can make an educated guess in what's more worthwhile having and what is definitely less worthwhile having. So some tests can be genuinely useless. I guess another way of looking at it is also that sometimes some places strive for 100% test coverage, but that's also another oversimplification where 100% test coverage means testing things that maybe it's not worth testing. For example, printing the help menu of a CLI tool, or some other times 100% coverage is not enough because some other parts of code could have state where hitting those lines with given a different state will yield different results. So 100% means freaking nothing. But you will get like companies where, we have this company standard of 100% test coverage. That means nothing.
But that's what I was saying. The wrap. When you say, imagine you end up with a library of 100,000 functions with documentation as the function name approach, right? So I don't know if I'm missing something between that, but that is literally what I was saying. Context is everything. So if you have 100,000 functions with documentation as a function name approach, well, then you better make sure that those 100,000 functions actually follow that, right?
Yeah.
Again, context is everything, right? So Zig's approach is to add tests for fixed bugs. Shouldn't you add the test before you fix the bug so you know when you're fixing the bug that you fixed it?
Well, sometimes you discover the new bug from like a GitHub issue, and so you put a test back to make sure you don't regress it in the future. That has happened to me with my static site generator, for example.
Hello, Londa, how you doing? It started with a couple of functions that they were okay. Yeah, but again, context is not static. Context is changing, right? I'm struggling to see the flaw in my reasoning here. I don't know how I can take this any further. So
I guess to rebalance things, you could say that you could certainly have too few tests and too few little,
absolutely.
too little documentation. 100%.
And that depends entirely on the context, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't have enough tests, then you need to add more tests. If you have too many tests or you're testing unnecessary things, so I have a process where I write a lot of bugs while I'm prototyping, and I don't write a lot of tests while I'm prototyping because I don't know what the software is going to look like yet. So usually I kind of make a draft or something that's going to guide me in the direction, especially when I'm doing something I've never done before. So I build something and then I look at it and go, well, that ain't right. And then I throw it away and then I build it again. And when I get to a point where I see like, okay, this is cohesive, this makes sense. The API surface makes sense. And using this is now sensible. Then I start adding documentation and tests. I did a sort of a code line count, a total line count of the library I'm working on. And I think I've thrown away probably something like hundreds of thousands of lines of code. And I'm happy I didn't write tests for a lot of them, right?
Yeah, that happened to me as well. Like it's definitely maybe not exactly an art, but there is. I feel like that as I've become a more proficient programmer, my understanding of when it's a good idea to write tests and when it's not, and how many to write, has improved over time. And if I try to think back at me writing code, I don't know, 10 years ago, I can clearly, you think back and you cringe, right? Thinking at the dumb stuff that you were doing back then. And so there's an art there. There's totally an art, because you obviously have a cost opportunity. You have an opportunity cost when it comes to writing too much stuff and then changing direction. But then you also have the same problem on the other side, where you don't pin down expected behavior, and now you're like circling. You're basically hit something here and break something there. Hit something there, break something here. Like you keep regressing forever. And so, Toggle, did you see any of the stuff that I was doing with snapshot testing? Because this is like, are you interested in the topic? Because this is like a beautiful segue into that.
I think, well, when you put it like that, I kind of have to be, don't I? Let's go. Let's do some snapshot testing. Let's see.
Let me ask you this question. Do you have snapshot testing in any of your projects?
I do. Let's see. How can I pretend to know what you're talking about and not look foolish? So the only snapshot testing I know is taking a slice of state and then comparing things with that. For instance, in the terminal, that would be taking a picture of the terminal and then comparing with that. I do something different for my stuff.
Okay, so then this might be interesting for you. And I happen to be doing this stuff a couple of days ago, and maybe somebody in chat might be interested. And let me tell you where is the connection point. The connection point is that writing tests sucks, right? And we talked about the fact that they have, I said that they have momentum, meaning that if you change things, if you throw away certain code, then you have to rewrite them, right? And it sucks. And if you've written too many of them, now you have to, like, your implementation is like 10 lines, and you have to move 100 lines of tests, choosing numbers at random. But like to say that, ironically, if you have so many, it's a huge problem. So snapshot testing is a technique designed to make the cost of a individual test much lower. That is the fundamental reason why it might be worth doing snapshot testing. So you picked up on one of the two core tenets of snapshot testing, or why it's a worth idea considering sometimes. Number one is, yes, your tests, like let's say the assert part of your test, needs to be designed as a comparison. For simplicity, let's say a string comparison against a known good value. So for anathema, for example, you could say that given a template and given, I guess, well, an application, then you expect at a given tick the output to be comparable with a string, like, right? Literally, because I'm guessing you serialize the state to terminal escape codes. Maybe you don't do it directly. You directly use a dependency, but at the end of the day, actually, do you do it directly? How deep do you go with
No,
the
I
terminal
have
escape
something
codes?
that for me that is called cross term, because otherwise I have no way of testing this on Mac or Windows.
Makes sense. So, but yeah, so that thing then somehow, hopefully, ideally, it allows you to obtain that stream of bytes, and then that in theory you could serialize on disk or put in a string inside a Rust test code, and then you always compare it against that value. But now you have a problem, because your that value is called the snapshot. So you have a snapshot, but the problem is that now you change how anathema works just a little bit. And now what do? Now you have all these tests that fail, and you need to fix this horrible string full of escape codes that is impossible to understand. And like, I guess the idea is that since you have a test, compare what the test outputs with that one, you can, copy paste the new value, paste it in place into the old good value that's now it's not good anymore, and then do so iteratively, but it's a pain in the ass. Snapshot testing is basically finding a way of making this whole process as light as possible, as easy as possible to pull off. So let me show you how I do this in my static site generator, because I literally implemented this like 3-4 days ago. So here's how it works. I have in tests, I have one test website called Simple. In the future, I might have more. And in there, I have source and snapshot. Source is literally the source files of a Zine website. So I have my content files written in Super Markdown, Super MD. I have my layouts written in Super HTML. And then these get run by Zine to produce HTML files. And that's what I saved in the snapshot. So when I run Zig build test, and I'm running it from the run directory, and I'm running from the top directory, it's a better idea. I have Zig 013, and so it fails because it fails to run Zine. Let's go back to Zig master. Okay, Zig master, like it immediately runs, prints a debug string because I'm running Zine in debug mode, and it doesn't say anything. That's a success in Zig world. Why is this a success? Because I rerun my test and they confirm that the output is exactly what I have in my snapshots. Now, here's where the the core of snapshot testing is not the idea that how you structure your test is intelligent. That part is whatever. It's just like a stepping stone towards having an intelligent workflow. So here, I'm going to change how my website, how Zine renders my website. Now, for me to make a change that will meaningfully fail my tests, I need to change something that the tests are testing for. This is obviously this obviously depends on which tests I've written, right? So in this case specifically is which language, static site generator features I'm leveraging in my static site. So I go in tests, index.md, and then I see that I'm using H1s and then I'm using bold. So I'm going to change my usage of bold. So I go in HTML. I know this stuff because I'm the developer of Zine, and I know that in here, a strong AST node of Markdown gets rendered as strong. I'm going to change this. Now I'm going to use B, right? That's also another reasonable choice in...
if you're from the past, yeah.
If you're from the past, yeah. So I run my tests now. This rebuilds everything and runs my tests. And look what happens. This is the cool part. I set up my testing system to run git diff on what has been just produced versus the snapshot. Or more precisely, I'm overriding the snapshot directory with the new data, but since I'm in Git, I can now git diff that subtree, and I get that now, look, this has changed. What was previously strong, now it's B. And this is a test failure. Because
so you're using git diff for your assertions.
I'm using git diff. Nothing else.
That's kind of clever.
Nothing
work.
Nothing else. Every single test is a git diff. Now, the question is this the intended change or not? If it is, then what I will do is git status. I will tell you also that this has staged the new. It automatically. I will show you my build script in a moment. But my build script has also staged everything under tests. So now, if I think that this is a good change, I will commit this, and by committing, I will confirm that this is the right change. And when I run Zig test again, it will succeed because now the diff is going to be empty. If I don't like what I see, I will modify Zine so that I can rerun the test, see that the new diff will look like the way I want it to look like, and then at that point I will commit after that. Yeah.
So you could in theory take this one step up and write your AST to a file and do a comparison with that, which is this kind of what I used to do. So I used to take the node tree and have like a string representation of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danaka's mentioned the Insta in Rust. I think that crate has been recommended to me by Danaka as well. Do you get paid by them? Or, yeah, but it's a good crate. The way I do my testing instead is I have something that follows a script that you can actually observe it, and you can have assertions instead. So you can say on frame number 1, or you don't say necessarily frame 1, you say advance 1 frame, click this button, expect this output. So it's a little bit more, so almost like Selenium testing, except without the PTSD people get from using Selenium. This is a very, very straightforward thing to do, right? But the snapshot testing is a very good idea. Of course, it wouldn't make sense to compare the ASCII escape sequences because that would be painful to read. I don't even know how the editor would deal with opening these files, but you certainly could write down the AST or the tree to a file and then do a comparison that way. So absolutely, it's a clever way of using git diff. Okay, let's have a look at the build script for this.
So this I since you mentioned like having this AST rendering stuff, I switched to another repository. This is a subcomponent of Zine. This is the HTML templating language. And yeah, here I'm doing something like this, but this is not snapshot testing. So here I'm doing like I'm using a round trip trick. Basically, the idea is this is an HTML AST. This is HTML source code. I parse it as an AST, and then I reformat it back, and I expect the round trip to succeed. And that's like
that's exactly how I do my expressions. The test for my expressions, I stringify them when you just want to make sure that it generates the correct expression back and forth. And doing that, so on the topic of testing, right? The least amount of friction you have for writing tests, the more tests you will write. So in your case, it probably would be rather trivial to set up a new test for adding a new feature because you can know what the output is supposed to be, right?
In this repository, I never used snapshot testing, unfortunately. But here you can see a place where it would be more useful to have. Here I'm testing auto formatting. And so since my formatter produces a canonized version of the source code, and I want to test that it does the job correctly, I cannot use the original test case twice. I have to handcraft what I expect the output to be. And this is where snapshot testing could be nice, because if I were to change this setup to using snapshot testing, I could save this on disk. And then whenever I change something, I could validate if I like the new diff or not. So there's that. Insta, but to be clear, Insta probably does not use this system, because what I'm doing is like, let's go back to Zine, and I'll show you the build script in a moment. But what Insta is doing is probably something different. Maybe I'll show you the build script, and then we can talk about what Insta does, and also I'll show you maybe the Zig equivalent that we have. So the build script looks like this. This is the juice. So maybe I'll do, no, that's a bad idea. I'll maybe decrease font size slightly so that we can see more at a time. So here's how it works. I declare a test step. You saw me run Zig build test. So here I'm defining the test step. And the way things work in Zig is that you define a step, you start from a top level step, and then you say, okay, to run this, you need first to run this other thing. So you create a chain of dependencies. So to complete running test, you need to run git diff. So everything for us ends with when we run git diff. And in this case, I'm passing exit code, which makes diff exit with a 1 status code if the diff is not empty. So that's what basically guarantees that our test fails and it's not instead considered a success. And then it's a bit specific to the build system, but basically I'm calling git diff cache exit code on /tests. Then the reason why I'm using this mechanism here is because the current working directory might not be where the build script is. So in case that change, this guarantees that I always use the correct path to get to tests. And then I say, okay, to completely run this thing, you first need to run the diff. But the diff cannot be run right away. First, we need to build the websites. Or actually, first, there's another thing that needs to happen. So this is like specific to how Git works. If you put a new test case and like new snapshot stuff, and those files are untracked by Git, Git will not show them in the Git diff, which is bad. So first, to make sure that everything shows up in the Git diff, I need to add everything under tests. So this is why I do git diff cached. Cached only shows diffs against what's in staging, and first I run this. This has also the side effect that now you have in your Git staging you have this directory, but it's actually not that bad because you want to make sure to do this. So it's it's a necessity because of how git diff works, but I don't hate the automatism that comes from this. So the idea is to run git diff, first we have to have run git add. And that's what this depend on line does. Then to be able to run git add, we need to have built our websites. And this is what the rest of the code does, which is literally open the test directory, loop over it, loop over all the contents. If the thing is a directory and it's not like a hidden directory, if it doesn't start with a dot, then we're gonna run Zig build on it. This is like a bit weird because normally in a Zig build script, you do not invoke other instances of Zig build. That is always wrong. In my case, it's a bit weird because Zin itself is a collection of tools orchestrated by the Zig build system. So like in my case, it's something particular. But in any case, I do a bunch of like Zin specific stuff. And then I say, okay, to be able to run git add, you need first to have built this website. And I do it for every website under there, of which there is only one for now. So then if we read this like backwards, then it means first build all the websites, git add them, and then finally run the diff. And if the diff is not empty, that's a failure of the test. And this is also in CI. So CI fails if the snapshots don't agree. And this is like, nice. Yeah, what's nice about this setup is like it's as bare bones as you can get, I think, because you get a pretty good experience, right? I showed you just run Zig build and it automatically shows you the diff and you see a failure and you decide then what to do. These other things are instead much more fancy. So maybe let's take a look at how Insta works. I don't know Insta specifically, but I suspect that what Insta gives you on top of what I have here is this concept. I was previously showing you tests in a Zig source file, right? If you wanted to do snapshot testing in this context, either you pull out these things as files, or you need to have a system that can update this content in your source file. And that, I believe, what Insta and some other Zig equivalents do. So let's take a look at Insta very briefly. Oh, it's from Armin. Okay.
Armin Honecker.
Yeah. So, oh God, of course it's a macro. Yeah. So okay, I guess in his case, he's using a macro to do the magic of replacing things with a new version. Okay, this is already getting super fancy very fast. The Zig one is much more bare bones. So let's see. So the Zig one, I'm showing this because I guess it's an intermediate step, so you can see more clearly what is the basics of how it has to work out, and then I guess you can understand all the fancy secret stuff that the other one does. So basically, they do it like this: they have a system where they have these markers. So think of it as like, I guess, poor man's Rust macros, where basically they use this to the limit where the snapshot lives in the source code, and then they have like special markers that allow you to understand to communicate to the tool when something should or should not be updated. And they use this and they have a tool that then literally reads your file and like replaces a given range of lines. So that's how they do it. Long story short, you can have snapshot testing also without Insta if you want, if you use my Git approach.
Snapshot testing looks pretty interesting, I have to say. It is because I need something when it comes down to it. So this also comes down to the conversation earlier, which we're not going to open again, but whether you should or shouldn't write tests, right? And some things are really complex to test, as in like you have to build up a pretty big story to be able to test something specifically. And we're kind of bordering on integration test at that point, right? But you kind of have to do something like that. So for instance, if you're gonna test a for loop in a language, you need to have the for loop. Either you need to handcraft AST that represents a for loop with some context for where to pull the data from or whatever, and setting up globals and all kinds of things, right? And then you automate these things, which is, you build something. So for my case, I ended up having a normal runtime and a test runtime, which did certain things like ignore colors, so we could actually read the output, and ignore the escape sequences and kind of just draw instead, just the characters on screen, right? And it made sense until one day it didn't anymore. And I have now thrown away probably about 100 tests that I'm going to have to write again. But this time I'm going to take a different approach. I'm going to take this kind of live playback of tests, which is what I have, where you kind of give it and this thing on top of this will also work with everyone else's who writes code against this, and they want to test the user interface. They can just script up what should happen, query the tree, say, give me the node where the ID is 5 and expect this text to be there, kind of thing, right? So so it's going to be built around that, which is a lot more convoluted to build, of course, because you're building something that kind of runner on top of something else. And whereas snapshot testing would just work today if I set it up to do things. And arguably, that might be a good idea to actually do. Again, I wouldn't really be able to benefit from looking at the ANSI escape sequences, but if I strip those out and just look at the tree structure, that could possibly work, right?
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe some diffing. I'm not sure. I guess the question is, you don't need to make sense of all of them all the time, right? Well, the key point is you need to be able to make sense of the diff. So maybe that can be an interesting clue. Like, sure, diffing like two endless things, maybe it's bad, but maybe you can somehow split them or somehow have the diff. There's also other flags that you can pass to git diff. Or you could actually, if it makes sense for you, you could create a different like diff viewer. I believe that you're able that you would be able to create like a different diffing executable that knows how to represent a diff better than git diff. In my case, with HTML it works.
Of course, make my own library render the code that should show the diff, right? I could obviously do that to get around it. Andrew says fuzz testing though. So fuzzing is interesting, and there's another one. There's two fuzzing libraries or fuzzing. There's prop test, which is it's based on, I think it's, what's it called, Hyper or something that was written for Python, where you kind of give it some function, and then we just test lots of different inputs. And then there's another testing, which is I don't remember what it's called, but it will test all these sort of edge cases through static analysis. That it like so fuzzing will just blast a bunch of input to functions and expect some kind of output. But then you have this way of I mean, something like AFL. Okay, so what's the difference between prop test and fuzzing? Then okay, and then you have this other thing which will do this through static analysis to sort of, if you say that this number should never be less than 5 kind of thing, and you can check that at compile time, which is really, really fast compared to that, right?
Toggle, I have another idea. Actually, this is a genius idea for your use case. So, okay, here's the idea. What if instead of you do write down your escape codes maybe as text, but if you find a library which you actually could either maybe consider implementing yourself if you are inclined to do so, or you find ideally maybe somebody else who has done the hard work. If you find a library that can render, and now you do image diffing, like you can visually inspect the 2 images. And the thing tells you that the 2 images are different, and now it says like find the difference, or maybe there's also a way of highlighting somehow where, like, I'm sure that there is image specific diffing out there, and so if looking at the rendered image is the most human friendly thing, I think that you could pull it off with a system like this. The hard part is having something that renders escape codes into an image. And if you can find it already done, great. Otherwise, you would have to do it yourself. That's probably a big rabbit hole. But then you can.
It's not too bad. I've wrote a drawing program that was saved to PNG from the terminal, so that shouldn't be a problem really to do. So that could obviously work, right? I didn't think about doing like an image comparison. Although that's going to create a lot of images, but it would be kind of fun.
Yeah,
right?
And keep in mind, the images don't necessarily have to live in the repository, because you only store the escape codes and you only render them to an image in your visualization tool when the test passes. When the 2 strings are different, only then you render them.
Yeah, I definitely need to. So for that, you're going to end up with cross term now, I reckon.
Terminal escape codes, and we'll see. To PNG.
PNG.
ANSI to PNG. I guess.
Oh, look at that! You even give it you give it a font as well.
ANSI to PNG RS. Let's go.
There you go. Although I don't know, will this actually render ANSI escape sequences? Does it take some kind of input and then converts it to ANSI escape sequences under the hood and then produces the image, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but I guess my point is that it's feasible, and that I believe would be the perfect interface for you, right? Because you like, ideally that's what you want to do. You would like to say, yes, the application is supposed to be in this state in my snapshot, but then now it's ending up in this state. Is this better or not? And so looking at the 2 images, it doesn't paint the full picture, right? I'm sure there's also some other like internal state things that you might want to assert on, but at least that one would be, I think, pretty nice.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't look forward to writing up all the tests that I have to write, because I sort of commented out so much code just to have the stuff building and running. And then when I ran the test suite and I saw like, oh, we got 100 failing tests, throw the tests away instead, because this is not relevant anymore. So now we have to rewrite this thing again, right? So yeah, it's a lot of work, but the more detached from the code you make it, the more generalized it can be. So if you say that you should always be able to output this thing regardless of what your program does, then you don't have to test everything in between, because it's kind of like part of the test. It's a very vague way of expressing it, but the long and short, you can write very specific tests, or you can write sort of very
Yeah.
big tests, right? For doing things. And in my case, I'm gonna have to add all these like big tests again that's been testing the AST and stuff like that, right? It's kind of quite a lot, right? So yeah, that's so where does that go with the Zig testing? Does it have like a testing framework built into it?
Oh wait, somebody found Snapbox. Let's see, snapshot testing toolbox that is ready for use for verifying output from function return values, CLI, STR, STR, file system changes.
I wonder if this is what Ratatouille, which is another TUI library for Rust, is actually using, because they do snapshot testing.
That they probably have invested in this kind of tooling. It might be not a bad idea to steal from them.
Oh yeah, no, I looked at that when I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. The thing that put me off snapshot testing for my specific case, or rather, why I wanted to go beyond snapshot testing, was a snapshot test will tell you what a frame looks like, whereas a sequence of instructions and then expect output is a little bit more convoluted, of course. And again, you might have differences depending on like screen size and everything, but no, they totally do snapshot testing, right?
So I see their dependencies in cargo.toml, I'm guessing.
Oh, right. That's a workspace. So you're going to have to look at each individual one of these to know, unless they have the snapshot in there. I don't remember what it was called now.
There is no mention of Snapbox.
Snapbox, maybe in the terminal one. If you look at the, actually, I don't know which one that would be.
The terminal one. You mean there are different?
Maybe.
I need to go deeper.
Core. Maybe core. I don't know. I'm guessing they either that or in the cross term one where they have to.
Wait. What if I did this instead? What about this one? So instability, Snapbox.
That's not a dependency you should want. There you go, snapshot. All right, get ran. No, that's not it. Sorry.
Snafu.
Oh, I don't know what snafu is.
No idea. So they might be using something different. Snapbox is a collection of crates. They might use only some of them. Okay, cool. Well, in any case, I don't know. That seemed interesting. So you were saying you were asking about
in Zig, right? So what's the process of writing test? Does it have a built-in test runner, or is this?
Yeah, you can put tests in your source code, like I do here. So this works. We have work in progress support for fuzzing, so it's not fully there. Fuzzing, it's kind of like, I guess it's three things. One is executable instrumentation. You need to generate an executable that can expose to a fuzz runner information about which branches you're taking, like which function you're entering, which branches you're taking when in an if statement, that kind of stuff. Then you need to have the runner actually run the fuzz testing and choose on a strategy on how to explore state space of your program. And then third, you need to have some kind of visualization tool to bring it all together. Zig right now has the ability to instrument executables, which is pretty cool. It has a proof of concept test runner that is fairly simple and is probably not going to be as effective as the one in AFL++ at exploring state space. And third, there is like a work in progress web UI for looking at your fuzz as your fuzz stuff running. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It basically fuzzing is also very interconnected with program what's called code coverage, because your fuzz tester needs to know not exactly which new lines you have discovered, but it needs to know which parts of your program you have discovered, which can be like, I guess, also tied back to lines. And so the Zig Web Viewer, which is in Master Branch right now, it will show you which lines are being tested. It shows like where the fuzzer is hitting, so that you can see, for example, that if a line is not being hit at all, then you know that you need to change your fuzzing strategy or like your fuzzing test a little bit. Yeah. So for now, basically in the Zig world, if you want to do fuzzing, then you will probably have to use this Zig AFL kit, or rather, I made this one for convenience. You don't have to use it. You would have basically to use AFL. but this is like a way. This is basically AFL integrated with the build system, so that you don't have to build it all yourself, but you have the build system build both your fuzzing executable, but also all the other like tool chain from AFL, and it all gets built for you automatically. In the future, it would be nice, and I'm so waiting for 0.14 to come out, because the idea is that right now to use AFL you need to have LLVM built on your computer, because it needs to use LLVM to instrument your executable, and once we are able to wire in the, let's call it like native executable instrumentation of Zig, then we can drop dependency on LLVM. So this whole thing will basically only build for you the AFL runner and maybe other secondary tooling, but none of the compiler tooling, because the Zig compiler will take care of that entirely. So yeah. How do you do fuzzing in Rust?
I just let the Naka do it for me. I have no idea. I've not done fuzzing. I've used prop test instead, which apparently is something different. You just specify a function and parameters, and then it will just try to. For instance, you say the input is a string, and then we just generate a whole bunch of different strings. And
yeah.
So I don't know if it's like a massive difference between that and fuzzing, but that's basically the testing I have done.
The way I understand it, which might not be the orthodox one, so I might be saying heresy, but in my mind, it's pretty much the same thing. And then the difference is whether the fuzzer interface is giving you like already typed values versus you deriving them from some random value that the fuzzer gives you.
I don't know. Does the fuzzer store any input for a failed run so you can rerun it?
Yeah, AFL has a directory where all the failures get saved as test cases into different text files that then you are able to replay afterwards.
Okay, then can someone explain to me the difference between fuzzing and what I was talking about? Because I cannot see the difference at this point.
I think it's literally the fuzzer. Like AFL, generally speaking, gives you bytes, and then you decide how to interpret those bytes or how to take those bytes and somehow map them to values that make sense for your application, versus the language / the framework doing that for you and immediately giving you your properties, I guess.
Okay, so it's kind of a fuzzer is a step away from prop testing.
That's how I understand it. Maybe somebody in chat can provide more context, but or who we should ask?
ChatGPT. See, it's not your community that's heckling me here, Christoph. It's my community that's heckling me.
What a crappy answer. By the way, I'm being rate limited into using the even shittier version of this. So you know what? Wait. Let's forget about Claude. Let's go to DeepSeek. And we're also going to have it think the answer through. By the way, Clap does use SVGs for snapshot testing. Let's fucking go. Oh my God, this is beautiful. Like, think about it, Toggle. Seriously. This to me seems a delightful experience.
Oh, look at that. I got Mod Prog. That's one of my community members who's done. So what is this thing doing? This the header say, oh yeah, nice one. So this is the output. Oh, yeah, that's so pretty nice.
Their snapshots, they don't even save the escape codes. Their snapshots are just the SVG that comes from rendering the escape codes, and so they save the SVGs.
I wonder how that would work with things like block drawing. But block drawing CAD is probably not an issue, but how that would work with things like Unicode
That is a good question. Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah, you need a sophisticated enough renderer to do this kind of work. You know what you might be able to use in the future? libghosty. Ghosty is designed to have a library component, so I don't know if it's actually going to be, how can I say, packaged in a way where it's convenient to use it for this purpose. But obviously, Ghosty knows how to render escape codes, so it could do so potentially to a PNG.
Yeah, I saw some mentionings a while ago that there was going to be a public library for that. It isn't now, is it? It's something that's going to happen later, is it?
Yeah, it's planned. You know what? I'll go in the log file. I feel like that the log file contains the truth, the whole truth.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah. So no, wait, Snapbox. So it might be that Snapbox is was the right suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what this guy has to say. Okay, so let's see. Property-based testing and fast testing both involve automated input generation, but differ in purpose, methodology, and focus. Oh my god. Let's see. Property-based testing, in terms of core objectives, verifies that specific logical properties hold for all valid inputs. Example, for a sorting function, a property might be the output is sorted and contains the same elements as the input. Fast testing discovers crashes, hangs, or unintended behaviors by bombarding the system with invalid random or edge case inputs, sending malformed data to a parser to trigger a buffer overflow. That, to me, is a absolutely bogus, kid going to school learning the definition from a crappy book type of thinking. With all due respect to Mr. DeepSeek here, because the idea is that to make this whole thing work, you can assert this in your code. If this is an invariant of your code and you want to be a little bit explicit and defensive about it, you assert this property so that in debug mode, if this property is violated, it turns into a crash. And at that point, whether you're doing this or this, it doesn't matter. You turn a invariant violation into a crash. That's actually a core tenet of fuzz testing. In your code, you express as much as you can your invariants as assertions so that the fuzzer can crash your program as soon as possible.
Yeah, looking at what I'm saying, passing props to the system means you generate a known good value, while fuzz testing involves randomizing input. Nah, I don't think that's entirely true, because you're passing in, you setting up some kind of strategy for what you're going to pass in. That doesn't mean generating good values. That could just be a horribly long byte sequence from 0 to 1,000,000 bytes, which are not known good values, right? So you are passing in a bunch of randomized data effectively, and upon crash, at least the ones that I've used, that stores the failed output, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's not a big, so the way I look at it right now, and this is only sort of conversely, because to me it doesn't seem to be that big of a hypothesis is mentioned. There we go, right? That's the one I was thinking of for Python. But it seems like fuzzing comes from outside of the program, whereas property-based testing is something you write into your test runners and into the program, right? But okay, so there is a difference, but it doesn't seem to be
yeah, I mean, sorry, in your case,
right?
were you not being given random values for your properties?
You absolutely are. You kind of say, give me random nonsense from 0 to whatever, right? And then it does that, right?
That's exactly what fuzzing does. And also, there's like a fine line. Let me read the second part, and then I'll get into this so that you can see how these two things are clearly the same freaking thing in a different trench code. So input generation. So this is saying generate inputs structured to the problem domain, valid emails, sorted lists. Tools like Hypothesis in Python or Quick Check in Haskell use constrained randomness to often shrink failing inputs to minimal examples. By the way, guess what AFL does? AFL also does minimization when it catches crashes, if it or at least it tries to. So that's another fuzzing thing. So let's see. Fuzz testing uses mutational, modify existing inputs, or generational, create new inputs from scratch strategies. Tools like AFL or libfuzzer prioritize inputs that trigger new code paths, even if they're nonsensical. Not sure about what this is even supposed to mean, but check Toggle how fuzz testing like here the difference, the dichotomy is structured input to the problem domain versus complete randomness, right? Check out where these things become intertwined. In my HTML parser, I started by fuzzing the tokenizer. So I started by having the fuzzer feed random bytes to it and see what happens. After I fuzzed my tokenizer well enough, I wanted to start fuzzing my AST. But you don't get to exercise the AST if you don't produce constantly valid tokens. So it's actually a legitimate test strategy to say, I'm going to generate some valid tokens and then some invalid ones. But obviously, if the fuzzer keeps flipping random bits here and there, it will test a ton of weird combinations where there's going to be maybe a prefix of valid tokens and then a ton of like testing for random garbage all the time. That's not going to be interesting. So since I didn't want to test the tokenizer, since in my program there is this clear separation between the tokenizer that reasons on single bytes and the AST, which reasons on tokens, after I was happy with the first part, I wanted to basically have the fuzzer only generate valid tokens so that we could then test the AST. And actually, it's not just that. You also, to test the AST, you might also want to test only valid ASTs. So here's what they wrote. It's called AST Gen. And it's basically a tiny language where the fuzzer input is checked, and depending on the input, we can only generate valid HTML documents based on the fuzzer input. So I won't show you the code. I'll show you it in action maybe. Let's see. Is it called SuperGen? Did they end up calling it SuperGen? Yes. So CCC is like 3 comments in a row. What is it?
Oh, I see. So you're gonna pass it in something that's gonna interpret into a comment or a div or something like that, right?
Yeah. So let me read briefly how it works because I forgot. How do you make a div? Element, right? Creates a new element. So if you run EEE, it creates 3 nested divs. Let's do only 2, right? 2 nested divs. If you do EUE, it creates 1 div, then it goes up 1 level, and then puts a div next to it. So basically, I had my fuzzer provide this input thing, and like letters that are bad, I think, get ignored, and they only cause evaluation to stop. And so this allowed me to create divs that have attributes. The attribute can have or not have a value connected to it. They can be nested, they cannot be nested. There's also special tags that have specific meaning for my templating language, and so they can also be generated like an extended. Like for my parser, normal like HTML elements, so they're all the same. So I just generate divs for generic ones, but these ones like extend, super, they have special meaning. So this way, my fuzzer only generates valid ASTs, and that allows me to exercise my my parser much more efficiently than it would otherwise. So there you go.
It is a little bit awkward. So what Andrew is saying, so the fuzzer is a property testing. I mean, it's again the lines are very blurry here because I guess the fuzzer is generating the input, but using the input is almost like property testing. Again, I think that the reason to know the distinction isn't that important unless you, of course, you're doing this as an interview question when someone asks what's the difference between a fuzzer and prop testing, right? Then maybe it's worth knowing. But other than that, I'm just finding this as it's kind of all the same-ish, right? That's sort of what I'm finding. It's all good.
Daraka has an interesting point.
Don't give him ideas, man. He's like the worst goblin in my entire community. He's been trolling me for years. All right.
So I find fuzzers odd to reason. For me, I always feel that it just generates so much invalid data that is refused upfront as invalid. So lots of time is spent on trying to find data that is valid, and at the same time crashes the program due to some uncovered invariant. Well, which, by the way, it's good though. So go cover that invariant while you're at it. But here's what, in my mind, really makes the full difference: is when your fuzzer can be coverage guided. That is the key point. I don't know if I can demo this right now, but because I don't have my setup ready and everything is in Flux in Zig as usual. But there is a way in Zig to make on purpose, when fuzzing, string comparisons incredibly inefficient, and that way the parser will be able to see your string comparison byte by byte and very quickly figure out how to get into that make that comparison succeed. Because it will be able to observe that by flipping bytes in a certain way, byte by byte, it will be able to get further along in the string comparison. And that way, you can literally have a fuzzer in seconds. For example, find a password. Like, let's say that you have a program. Like, I have this example, which I don't think will run because I don't know what's the state of my tool chain. But let me check. What else do I have in here? Zig fuzzing example. Let me enter it. Oh my god, what's in here? No, that's bad. Go back. I want the other one. Zig. Oh man, this is gonna be so good. So like what's it called? Prog. So like, check this out. Check this as the quintessential example of what a well-instrumented fuzzer can do. Your program is literally a password checker. Like, your program only crashes if the password is, can you find me? So this, when your instrumentation is all set up correctly, takes a blink of an eye to the fuzzer to figure out.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I actually thought this would take quite a while. Because
no, that's the point. That's the magic. The magic is that if you have instrumentation set up correctly, this is non-trivial. You do not get good instrumentation set up automatically. That's what you get by having full control of the tool chain and like having everything well set up. But yes, the way this works. So I'll try to replicate this. Okay, Toggle, question for you. Do you want to stop here or do you want to continue and try to do this? We can keep it for the next time if you're getting tired and want to like go eat something.
I am, well, for the next time, I got some really, really juicy things that we're going to talk about that's going to get both programming communities just up in arms and going completely wild, man. So you guys have to watch the next time, right? Because it's going to be a lot of controversy. It's going to be so much that if you're missing out, people will be like, where were you when that stream happened? And you were in some kind of loser place. Your kid were being born or at a wedding, something useless, right? So you got to watch the next stream, right? I don't know. How long do you think it would take to set this up? Because I do have a few minutes left of brain energy, but not that much. What do you think?
I can try maybe. No, you know what? I don't want to mess it up. Let's do it the next time. I will show you like a slam dunk demo that will blow your mind, or at least blow the mind of people that are not aware of coverage information, coverage guided fuzzing, because that makes all the difference. Like building a corpus, building a dictionary, that's what losers do. Winners instrument the executable correctly, and they have the fuzzer do all the work. By the way, I've been fuzzing my stuff a ton, and I've never written any corpus. It's not necessary if you have correct instrumentation. It's amazing, I promise you.
All right, so the chat wants to know what's the next stream, and I don't know. We're gonna have to figure this out. Sooner rather than later. But what are you guys interested in? I know that asking chat what they want is generally the most insane thing you can do. But chat, can we hear some suggestions what you want? Now, I do have some ideas for the next stream. I'm not completely full of the hot air, but do you guys have something you guys want us to bring up or talk about or address that you feel like you didn't really get what you wanted, right? Education as well. Then we have failed you, the rat.
More
Hot tub
controversy.
stream, there you go. The chickens were paid off, Vaping. You want
No,
dinner? I want
no,
dinner
no.
too, Russ.
The
Are
chick-
you like?
The chickens wrote a they had like a private settlement, so the chickens can say anything. I'm sorry, they were paid off, and so
It's all part of the settlement that they can't talk about
yeah.
this. Anyway, I didn't want to get like Mlago into trouble by making him the chicken guy, so I stayed clear of the chicken conversation, right? But so far for another stream, we have one suggestion. There is Tanaka coming out swinging with hot tub stream, but I think we're gonna skip that. No one's going to talk about the deep chickens there. That is true. But if you guys have any suggestions, you can either reach out to me or Christoph, who's kindly displayed his email during the stream on screen every time he visits Reddit. But there you go. Los Pollos Hermanos, yeah. Yeah, reach out to one of us with some good ideas. We're into it, right? We're going to do something. But next time, we try to have a little bit more activity when it comes to the whole like Rust and Zig and building things, maybe.
More programming.
And things, right? More right. Solar streams as Mod Prog, who's now permanently banned from the internet. I will catch you guys later. Thank you for the stream, Christoph. It was fun, and we shall do this in the coming days again. I don't know how to end streaming because I have no OBS. I'm just gonna sit here until the stream ends.
You watch. Okay, let me do one thing. I'll check if there's anybody that I should be raiding. Otherwise, I'm gonna be lazy and just close off the stream. So I don't want to be super bad and not even check. But yeah, nobody has announced it in the Zig Discord, so I'm just gonna be lazy. Thank you everybody for watching. Yeah, thank you.